Good evening, everybody. Welcome to this late Monday stream. I wasn't sure if this was going to happen. Today got away from me. Had a lot of things going on, a lot of unexpected things going on. I'll go into that in a little bit. But I wasn't able to stream last week, at the end of last week when I wanted to, and I just realized my schedule is starting to get jam-packed. Was starting to get jam-packed, especially during the times that I was planning on streaming, which was like middle of the day or evening. And so, yeah, it never happened last week, unfortunately. And so I am way behind on this EISNER master study, for one thing. And then just life. We're about to hit a big life change coming up soon here in about a week. Next week is going to be bananas. So everything is just compressing and crunching, and my little time windows are getting smaller and smaller and narrower, and just also processing a lot of stuff. So yeah, it was like, well, shoot, I can't stream today. Like definitely Monday today during the day I couldn't stream. And then, we had dinner and I kept thinking to myself, can I fit it in? I'm a little tired, a little exhausted with everything that went on today. But I'm like, I just got to do it. Just got to grind. gotta grind and do it. So here we are. We made it. That's part of the victory here. And then hopefully as we just kind of go on this evening and get into it, it'll start flowing back and I'll get back into it. But that's always the big issue with any kind of, at least for me, any kind of artistic or creative endeavor. It's always the restart. It's like you're running this race, you're practicing, you're training, and you're like running your laps and doing it. But then like when it comes down to the actual, you gotta get up, you gotta put on your pants one leg at a time, you gotta strap on your shoes, you gotta get warmed up and limber. And so that's kind of the mode that I feel like I'm in right now. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy for everybody that's shown up just now. Antoine Dennison, what's up, man? Whoa, did you guys lose my camera? Holy moly. Hang on a second. What happened? I just disappeared. Crazy. Whoa. Okay, there we are. That was weird. Sorry about that. See, everything's just like, just a grind. But what's up, Antoine Dennison? Thank you for showing up and coming in. First in chat. Awesome to see you here. I know that you connected with me on my last stream, and so it's great to see you come back for more. And Shanthan Jetty, of course, coming in here, poking his head in to slap me in the face with an insult of saying that it's too late. But Shant says he couldn't stay. He's got a migraine he's wrestling with. Hope you feel better, my friend, my brother in arms. I know you've been grinding. Talk about grinding. This dude will grind. But thank you for coming in and just saying, hey, hope you feel better. Comrade Sammy. What's up, Comrade Sammy? How are you doing? I hope you're done with your shelves. Hope your week ended well last week and your week is beginning well this week. Giving you a little bit of entertainment, rest and relaxation tonight with our stream. But I'm glad you're here. Chat Ninja is in the house. Timmy Mello is here. What's up, Timmy Mello? How are you doing? Saying hail to Rocky, Shanth, Comrade Sammy, Antoine Dennison, and the rest of the stragglers in the chat. Awesome to see you. Love that profile picture. Gotta love Ben Grimm. And a monocle. I don't even know what's that from. What is that era from? But good to see you. Comrade Sammy says, what's understated? Me? I'm not understated. You are. I'm just commenting on your first comment was, hey. Not just hey. That's hey, period. So that's the understated comment, Sammy. But anyway, it's all right. You always seem to stream when I get too into my head. I'm not complaining, though. Good to snap you out of it. Jump out, be with all of us, get out of that head. The change of the season will do that. Hope Shanth feels better. Oh yeah, the weather has been kind of wacky. It's been really, really hot. Even in the evenings, it's been hot, which is unusual here in the Bay Area. But now it's getting cold again. So I think, yeah, that affects people's sinuses, migraines, backaches, old bones, shaking, storms are coming. I don't know, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I hope you guys are at least. I know many of you guys who are in the East Coast, Midwest, East Coast, based on your comments from the last few previous streams, it's been hot where you guys are. So hopefully you're getting a little bit of a reprieve from that. We are, and we appreciate it. 'Tis the clobbering hour. It is the clobbering hour. One of the things I wanted to mention or talk about was usually at the beginning of my streams, I try and show 2 promo trailers that I've done of comic book stores, local comic book stores. It's kind of the rhythm that I do, and oftentimes if it's like on a Wednesday, I'll put on the trailers of the stores that I visit if I happen to visit 2. Definitely the store that I visit. If it's just one store, I'll definitely put it on. But if I visit more than one, I'll try and put their trailers on just to kind of, rotate the stores that I visit, rotate promoting them, and just keep them in the mix. Today, I only showed one trailer, and that was of the store Invisible Jet Comics. And a big reason, I don't know if any of you guys follow me on Instagram. Actually, I don't think I posted this on Twitter. Why did I post it? I posted this on Instagram because I'm not that active on Instagram, but I posted on Instagram because Invisible Jet Comics is very active. The owner, Chris, she's pretty active on Instagram. That's kind of her main social media thing. But what I posted recently is, hang on a second. Wait, I just saw something. Oh, what's up? Gotta say hey. Hey, Katie. How are you?
Say cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
No, a cup of tea.
Ooh, good to see you from the UK popping in here. How are you? So what I was saying was the reason why I only showed the trailer for Invisible Jet Comics is I think it was last Friday. Let's see, today's the 9th. Maybe it was Friday or maybe Thursday even. There was a tragic thing that happened where there was a fire in the building next to and probably above, if I understand correctly, Invisible Jet Comics. And I found this out through her Instagram account. And so I was totally shocked. I was like, what? And just her post basically said, I'm okay, but like fire and water and, we're closed from now. So there was a fire in the building. They had to put out the fire with water. But as you can imagine, for a comic book store to be either exposed to fire and water, that's like crazy, one of the worst things to happen. So I was really shocked by that because I had just visited the store the week before, popped in, and was talking with Chris, and she was really, really excited because this past week, beginning of September, was her 1-year anniversary of opening the store. And I was there first week that she opened last year and just super excited to see a new comic book store pop up in this neighborhood and just getting to know her, talking with her. I had even sent her links to some of my first YouTube videos just to get her feedback on like, hey, what do you think? This is what I'm doing. I'm starting this YouTube channel. And she was very encouraging, has been very encouraging. So we've definitely gotten to know each other much more during this past year. And it's just been exciting to see her store grow and just the things she's adding to it and just all the things she's learning as a business owner, comic book store owner. And for this to happen to her on her 1-year anniversary is pretty devastating. So I was shocked, and I happened to be in the neighborhood on Sunday. And so I just wanted to kind of visit and see it for myself, like if I could see how much damage it was. And she happened to be there with another friend in the store. It wasn't open, but I saw that she was in there in the store. And so I was able to go in there and like give her a hug and talk to her and just kind of get the lowdown of what happened. So pretty devastating. It's a huge setback. and she's sad, but she's also really determined to come back as soon as she can and build the store back to what it was and build it even better. And so, yeah, and a lot of people have responded. A lot of local people, local businesses, people who have visited her store, customers. Even she was telling me, even Phil Jimenez, one of the greats from as a comic artist, DC comic artist, Phil Jimenez, like commented on her post and was just really sorry for that to happen. So she was really excited about it. She was like, I know it's horrible that this fire happened, but Phil Jimenez responded. So anyway, I mean, it's going to be a process for her to get back on her feet and have to deal with all the damage and figure it all out. And I just told her, like, as much as I can help her or just be a helping hand for her, I will be. But yeah, it was kind of a bummer that happened so locally, very close to home and very close to my heart. So that's why I showed that trailer here. And, I'll keep you guys updated. You can follow her on Instagram. I believe her handle is like at Invisible Jet Comics on Instagram. But yeah, follow her. She's posting a lot. She wants to keep in the forefront of people's minds and, just so they don't forget about her store and forget. And she just wants to kind of be there. But at the same time, she's got to handle like rebuilding and figuring out this stuff. It wasn't a total destruction of her store. There was definitely a good portion that was spared. But when you're dealing with water and fire, mostly water damage of stuff. Yeah, it'll be a lot. It'll be a lot to figure out. But she's a very, very strong, independent. I think she's going to come back stronger in this, and she's really determined to do that. So, yeah, stay tuned. I'll definitely keep you guys updated as I find out for more information. And I don't know, I was just thinking off the top of my head after I left meeting her. I was like, I wonder if I could do something to like help support it, like, do an auction or something. Like, I would love to do that and just support her and help her get back on her feet and just get the word out there. So if you guys could follow her, like, comment on her Instagram page, that would be awesome. She'd appreciate that. And she's a supporter of what I do. So yeah, let's just, lift her up and lift up what she's doing. All right, let's see. Katie's here. Timmy Mello says, what's your Instagram? I'll definitely give it a follow. My Instagram is, I think you found it. Yes, that's my Instagram. It's kind of like, so when I was starting this YouTube channel, and for any of you guys who are on social media, starting anything, it's like, the name is kind of a big deal. And of course, my full name, Rocky Ballesteros, was taken. You try all sorts of configurations. Rocky Ballesteros, Rocky B, R Ballesteros, all these kind of things. And you also want it to be memorable or easy to tell people. So I was able to find or get for my YouTube channel, Rocky Inc., Rocky Inc., and I was able to get that for my X handle as well, Rocky Inc. But I was not able to get that for Instagram. So I kind of had to change it. Right now I'm doing Art of Rocky, but I've read some people who've seen it are like, oh, Arto Froke. Like, yeah, it doesn't totally work. I don't know. And I hate the way Instagram does handles. Like it's all lowercase, so it's really confusing. Whatever. But yeah, you found it, Timmy Mello. That's it. I'm not super active on Instagram. I don't find it really works that well for me, but I try and peek in there every now and then, do something, post something, whatever. But thank you for the follow anyway. I appreciate that. Cranberry Landers, what's up, man? You awake?
This is a cranberry full of power.
Cranberry Landers in the house. Good to see you, man. Long time no see. That's a shame. That's really sad. It is really sad. Yeah, and we don't want to just say, don't worry, Chris, you can get back together. It's gonna be great. You can go back stronger. You want to be encouraging that, but it's a tough thing, right? It's just hard. It just sucks, and you don't want to skip over that. You don't want to like feel that emotion for her too, and it's kind of raw right now, but she will get through it. She will come up better, and I think she was even looking at it as like she has a chance to kind of rework the space a little bit and and for lack of a better term, it's like, it's kind of a forced renovation a little bit. It's not going to be a huge renovation, but she can rethink the space now because she has to tear stuff out and replace it. So she was excited about that part of it. But yeah, I think just keeping her afloat and keeping the word out and getting her up and running as fast as she can so she can start earning money again will be a big deal. So good to see you though, Cranberry Landers. Ditto. I'll be sleeping soonish, probably. Okay, no problem. I mean, this is going to be pretty chill tonight, everybody, because I'm going to be drawing for most of it. But so yeah, I wanted to talk about Invisible Jet Comics. That was the one thing. The other thing that I did accomplish and wanted to share with you guys tonight was I finished another promo trailer. I finished the trailer for Mile High Comics, and I will show it to you guys in 1 second. The great thing about it, for those of you who didn't know, a few weeks ago in August, I happened to be in Colorado on vacation, and one of the things that I knew it was in Colorado, but I wasn't like thinking I was going to visit it, but we had some time in Denver, and a couple hours in Denver before we had to leave, and just so happened we were nearby where Mile High Comics was, and I had always known about Mile High Comics from the back ads in my comic books growing up. The little beaver or whatever character he is with his flag has been the same for, I don't know, almost 40 years, I would think. And I'd always remember that icon, always that logo, and always said, wow, Mile High Comics. But I'd never been there, never seen it, and never really saw any videos or anything of it. So when I had the opportunity to go, like I took it and we went, and I only had about literally 25 minutes to visit the store because we had to get on a flight. So I went there, just ran out, and I just started filming footage because I was like, I'm here. What are the chances? I got to get some video recorded of this because I want to cut a video together. And stepped through the front door and was just overwhelmed at the size of this place, to the point where I feel like some of my video was just like, I don't know, I was just kind of like, haphazardly filming whatever I could and trying to like shop at the same time and just like absorb it all in. It was much. Like I could have stayed there easily like a full day. So just tried to cram all that in 25 minutes, but came out with some cool footage and took the time to edit that at the end of last week over the weekend and finish that up. So I have that done. It's posted, ready to go on YouTube, but I wanted to show it to you guys, premiere it with you guys first. And so yeah, we got that edit right here. The best thing is Antoine Dennison says, yeah, I remember those ads, right? Yeah, like it's iconic. When you see the logo, it'll totally like remind you. But the best thing is I had lunch with an old college friend today who was in town. Went to the same college Shant and I did. And he was like, hey, he knows I'm doing this whole comic YouTube stuff. And we were just chatting and talking. And he said, you know what? Like, if you are ever in Colorado, you should go to this comic book store. It's called Mile High Comics. And I'm like, I just finished the video. I was just there. And so I showed it to him during lunch. I showed it to him on my phone. I was like, look, I just edited it. And he was like super psyched about it. So anyway, without further ado, it's about 2.5 minutes or so. Here is the premiere of my Mile High Comics video. Hope you guys enjoy. We'll talk about it after I play it. But here you go. There you go. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. I love this. Katie says that's a little bigger than my local comic shop. Yeah, it's huge. It is huge. It's literally a warehouse in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of in this industrial section of Denver, and the ceilings are like incredibly high, and then it's just stacks and stacks of books. And the thing that blew me away the most was, like, yeah, you have those rows and rows of back issues that you could go through, but they also had like a help desk and sections where if there was other back issues that weren't out, you can go and ask them to go retrieve them, and there are rows and rows of stuff that you couldn't even get to in boxes. I didn't even try. If I had time, I would try, but yeah, it was incredibly incredibly large and overwhelming. Like I said, when I walked through that front door, I was just like, "Ugh." And one of the workers came up to me and he was like, "Oh, can I help you? Are you looking for anything?" And I'm like, I'm a little overwhelmed." And he was like, "Yeah, it happens. It's pretty normal." So it was awesome. It was really, really fun. Cranberry Ledger says, "I love the sides. Yeah, those huge, I think maybe you're talking about those big posters hanging outside. It's pretty amazing. Front section is like the best part of Mile High Comics, those signed issues. I had never seen CGC graded books of that value before in person. Like you hear about them and you kind of see them online, but I hadn't seen them in person. And I think that the highest one that I saw when I was there, that I glanced across at least, was like $30,000, worth $30,000, which is insane. So it was, yeah, it was very, very impressive. Katie says her last one is a shack. Yeah, most comic book stores are like little closets. So yeah, I guess they've just been able, they found a great space and have been able to maintain rent for a place like that. It was busy when I was there, but it's so big that you don't feel crowded. I love the section that they had with, it seems like if they have like presentations or talks, they had that whole section with those rows of empty chairs. You can even just sit and chill and read there too, which was kind of cool. It's just totally massive. Cranberry Lander says, "I didn't get to go back there though, almost amongst the rows and rows of back issues." Yeah, there's certain sections that you can't. And I'm just assuming it's like cataloged. I'm assuming it's cataloged, and you just ask to like see things. I don't know what they decide to keep back there and what they decide to put out where you can rifle through stuff. Didn't have enough time to figure out, decode the whole setup of the store, but it's pretty impressive. Shacks are cool too. Most of the comic shops I've patroned were small. Most of them are, yeah. And they've, it's more intimate, more personality, but it's awesome to see something of that scale. And they've been around a long time. Just the little bit of history research that I saw, it's amazing how long they've been around. And I think they used to have multiple locations. I think they still do, but this one, from what I briefly talked with the guy who was working there, is the biggest one. They like consolidated one with them, I think, something like that. I had heard they had a branch in Texas as well. Not sure, but I think the Colorado one is the original, and I think the biggest. Inventory control must be insane. Yeah, their their website isn't the greatest. It's a little old feeling and kind of rudimentary. It's not like, it doesn't feel high tech, but I rarely have seen any comic book store have a very high tech site. It's mostly, from what I've heard, there's a lot of debate, and stores do it differently. But I've heard that there was like one software or one guy who created a software specifically for comic book store owners that like had inventory tied to the distributors and all that kind of stuff, and you just could skin it into your stores so that you can, so you can show easily what inventory you have, and people can cross-reference stuff and all that kind of stuff. But there's a lot of store owners who have their own methodology, their own Excel sheets, their own notebook paper and like graph paper to do their own inventory, and so it's been really difficult for them to make the jump of adopting this supposedly universal software. I think Invisible Jet Comics uses it, but she was the one who was telling me that some other store owners here in the city weren't really into that software. And so, for example, the one main store that I have a box at for pulling specific things, Comics Experience, I just email them and say, hey, I want to get this book, this book, this book. And then they'll email me back and say, oh yeah, okay, you're good. And they also use a paper system. Did I throw that? Oh, no, I see it. They've been using this system for as long as I've known their store. They call it the onomatopoeia, and it's basically like whatever's coming out that month. And then they do little like, blurbs on what's coming out, new comics, little just descriptions, and then they just have a sheet that you you check. You can do this sheet, or you can do like I email them, and it's fine. You could even call them or just tell them in person. But it's just pretty basic, but it works for them, and they don't really want to do the like high-tech digital system. But yeah, I can't imagine what it must be like for Mile High, because yeah, how do you keep track of that? That's just insane. That's my comic book fan life's dream. I still have photos of those issues. My brain shut off for like 10 minutes when I first got in there. My brain froze. I think my camera froze too. So maybe it wasn't your brain. Closest I'll get to those big issues in this life, comic book geek's dream. Yeah, it's really impressive. And it's impressive that the comic book that sold for what? 15 cents, 25 cents, whatever, can be worth that much money. It's incredible. It's that collector's the collector's thing, which I'm more of just I collect comics, but not for the value or the worth necessarily. It's more just for, the art of it. But I mean, it's pretty incredible. It's a huge market if it's the right things out there. So all right, well, that was it. So that one will be in rotation moving forward. I posted it. Let me make that live on YouTube. I was private on YouTube before, but let me make it live now while we are here, just so I don't forget. You guys can like and share it if you want. Appreciate that. Public. Yeah, let's just hit it. Publish. Public. Nice. So now that's public on my channel. But yeah, that'll go into rotation in my comic book promo videos moving forward. It's a fun one to have there. It's definitely a monumental one. And that'll be great. It's great. It's great to get something like that done. And I loved editing it. It's really fun editing it. Finding that music had this kind of retro exploration kind of sound to it. So I love that. Anton Dennison says, the difficulty with software is that you would have to apply a barcode sticker to each book. Yes. Yeah. And it's a very unique market. It's right. It's like, it's so, yeah, it's weird that collectors unique. It's mass produced, but it's also like very limited in its mass production, if that makes any sense, especially the older books. So yeah, you're totally right. It's not like it's like, oh yeah, we got 4,000 copies of this and they're all filed away here and we scan them all in the same way, like a supermarket. It's like, well, we got this one issue, this hard to find issue from 1973 and this, and the store that I frequent quite a bit is Amazing Fantasy in the city too. And Frank, for some of his back issues, he started doing it more and more, and I think it's just a time thing for him. But even on his, for some of the descriptions, not just the amount that the book costs, like that you pay to get the book, but he'll write also like the writer and, oh, this is an issue with a Frank Miller story in it, or this is an issue with so-and-so did pencils and so-and-so did inks. And for me, when I see those kind of things, that makes me want to buy them, because if I'm looking for a specific artist or I'm interested in a specific artist. I'm like, ooh, that information's really great. Like I wouldn't know just looking at the cover that inside is a short story by so and so. So I love that stuff, but I can't imagine at the scale of Mile High Comics for them to write those kind of details in there. I didn't really get to flip through any of those back issues. The only things I bought, for those of you who remember, I shared some of those on stream, what I picked up there. Most of them were just current issues of comics coming out, or there was one like graphic novel that I picked up, and it wasn't shrink wrapped or anything. But I didn't even get to flip through the back issues because I didn't have enough time. So I didn't even know if they cataloged stuff or had details like that. That would, and if they did, like, holy moly, I don't know how they would do it. Most comic book stores that I go to, the store owners don't have that level of detail. It's just like a hoarder's house and just piles. And if people like keep back issue stuff, just piles and piles, and you just got to dig through stuff. That's part of the fun. But yeah, I can imagine having to organize that. That almost is like an OCD dream. I would enjoy figuring out a system for. Maybe I can volunteer my time. Hey guys, I will update your website. I will build your website and come up with a way for you to catalog this stuff. But then you have to like put the label on. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Cranberry Land just says, I've just not seen those big, impactful issue stories in person before. Like the Spider-Man No More issue, the first Spider-Man. Yeah, those like legendary issues. Yeah, I only see him online, images online, so to see him in print in front of you is it's amazing. I couldn't even imagine like opening those up and looking at them. That would be cool. Mint, very fine, good, signed. Who drew the cover? So many details that makes the same issue, the same book, a non-fungible commodity. Non-fungible. Wow, that term. You are so right. Each one is so unique, especially when you get into the older. And I mean, out of the stores that I frequent in the city, only 3 of them really carry back issues. Most of them are just focused on current issues and graphic novels. Very rarely are people carrying back issues anymore because it's not a big moneymaker for people. So yeah, even that, just maintaining enough inventory to make the effort of cataloging all that stuff is hard on stores. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. I loved hiding in a corner of my little comic book shop in my hometown, the Book Rack. It's chill. That would be a full-time job for sure. That would be several full-time jobs for Mile High. That's why I don't think their website has ever really updated as much. I mean, it looks like the website was made in the early 90s. It really isn't sophisticated by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, one website that I do go to that is actually cataloged pretty well is called mycomicshop.net, maybe mycomicshop.com. I've bought several back issues. They have pretty good shipping and really good cataloging system on their website. And their books come in great, like they're very accurate on how they grade their books and how they package it, and their prices are reasonable for stuff. So I would check those out if you guys are interested in back issues. And I think that store is based in Texas. I'm not sure. I don't know what their brick and mortar store looks like, but that would be cool to visit because they do have a great cataloging system. So it must be they figured something out for that. Really, I usually only go for back. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I'd argue most sales are collected graphic novels. Yeah. Back issue market is strong on eBay. It is. Yeah. That totally taps into that collector, which is eBay, right? I just bought something on eBay. It wasn't very expensive at all. And it was something that I just saw and I was like, well, where am I going to find that? It's like an indie book. And when it comes in, I'll share it with you guys. But yeah, you just go by the photos and the description and hope that it's what they say it is. Comicartcommunity.com. That's great. Yeah, I remember that place too. All right, so anyway, great discussion on Mile High. I hope you guys enjoyed that video. It'll be in the rotation of my comic promo videos. How many do I have right now? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six. This will be my 7th. Yeah, which is awesome. I still have another one that I have to edit. Another one called Dr. Nemo Comics, which was in Central California. Still got to edit that one. Mile High leapfrogged ahead of it just because it was Mile High. But yeah, it's great to get those. I got to go to the East Bay and film more videos there, but just a fun little side thing to my channel. Cranberry Langer says, I count graphic novels as issues. I don't usually buy single issues. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I call like single issues. That's what I call. I even show you guys. Yeah, I'll show you something from Frank's at Amazing Fantasy. How he cataloged it. Okay. Thought I had it. There. I'll move this over here. Sorry, I got 2 piles, or 2 locations now for my current books. Did I pack those away? Dang it. I might have boxed those. Yeah, shoot, sorry. I might have boxed it. I was going to show you an example of, oh, maybe it's in this box down here. I got too many boxes to look. Is it here? No. Yeah, I must have boxed it in one of my garage boxes, which is frightening that I can't find it. But I was just going to show you how Frank at Amazing Fantasy labeled his stuff, because it's pretty cool. That's okay. Antoine Dennison says, I'm not a collector, more of a reader. I don't care too much about condition, just like to revisit some of the old stuff. Yeah, I'm not. I kind of go for the cheaper one. I mean, I don't like things falling apart. I do like things to be in nice condition, but I'm not a stickler for like, oh, that's got to be a perfect 9.6, blah, blah, blah rating. Calling them issues incorrect. Volumes. Yep. Talk in the direction of the mic when you're walking away from camera. I can't. I'll speak louder. This mic's pretty directional, so once I walk away from it, which is good and bad. Once I walk away from it, then you can't hear. Sorry, Cranberry. I'm not saying anything important anyway. All right, let's get to drawing. I haven't touched this page since last we met, and I am behind schedule, so I really want to make some good headway on this page tonight from the penciling, still penciling. Anton Dennison says, Shant is a big boxing fan. Maybe he can help you find it. Shant would not be the first person I would talk to about any kind of organizational thing. No offense, Shant, but he knows what I'm talking about. Shant is, yeah. I would go into Shant's room, whether it was at his house or at school. I would go into his dorm room, and we'd talk, and we'd get into comic discussions or whatever, and I would just start organizing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you have this and this, and this amazing book here, but it would be like scattered over there, and I would just start organizing and by size, by like by like company, by issues. I would like organize it for my own sake, and then I'd leave, and then it'd last for a little bit, then I'd come back and it'd be disorganized, and I'd go back in and like organize them. I just couldn't help myself. So I don't know if I would ask him for help about anything to do with finding things I'm missing. What's up, awesome one?
Yes, that's awesome.
Late night stream. It is. It is. I got to get a stream in. I'm behind. I should have had one during the day. But today was just so jam-packed. Too many things happened. I had to deal with a plumber. Had to deal with a car issue. Met my friend for lunch. Had to deal with shopping stuff. Had to deal with credit card stuff. Had to deal with trying to get a refund from a company that's scamming me, issues, get on the phone, work stuff. It's all bananas. Too much. So yeah, we're doing late night stream. I wouldn't mind buying a couple of slabbed issues of old Marvel stuff as an investment. Yeah, I never get to the... If I'm going to invest in anything, it would be in original art. That for sure I can see as an investment and something that would bring me joy. But like to see a comic slabbed and hanging on my wall, not that big of a fan. I'd rather have a reader. When I always have to like say, well, if I buy that, that's the equivalent of buying 5 graphic novels, or that's the equivalent of buying 20 issues of comics on a Wednesday. So weighs out a little bit, but I can get behind buying original art, which is expensive. But yeah, to see the artwork in that just gets me so excited. Had an inking to see if Jay was streaming, but lo and behold, Rocky. Here I am. I'm going to take off though. Good stream, Rocky. Good night, chat. Thanks, Cranberry Rangers. Talk to you later. I'm sure you will comment on stuff tomorrow. But have a good day. Or night. Good evening. Have work early. Have to study and read the Bible. Good on you, man. Keep that up. Keep up that discipline. All right. Cranberry lever. Everybody say bye. Okay, let's get to drawing. Let's get to it. I'm gonna jump. Here we are. So if you guys remember, well, I just jumped to this view already. This is where we left off, which isn't that far on this Will Eisner page. And there's already a lot of stuff that's wrong. So I'm just going to jump around from panel to panel and start tightening things up, filling in the blanks. I have not decided whether or not I'm going to keep the word balloons, because quite a few of these spots, if I take them out, I'll have to figure out or just make up what's going on here, which could be a cool exercise, but I don't know if I'm up for it. It's like, this is his lap, so you got to figure out, I could make something up, but it wouldn't feel right for me. So I might just keep the balloon. Whether or not I do the lettering, who knows? A couple of those decisions I need to come to grips with tonight, probably. But yeah, there's a lot here to fill out. So I'm just going to get going on it, and we'll see where we end up. But yeah, it's going to be pretty chill. I just wanted to draw. Just wanted to stream and draw. Catch up with you guys. Share the info on Invisible Jet Comics and share the video from Mile High Comics. Let's see. I can zoom in here a little bit too. Here we go. And my cat, just on cue, is scratching at the door. I will let you in a second, buddy. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Come on in. All right. We've got company now. Awesome One says, my dad has been dealing with a bank for 2 years to shut an account, but only a human responded after 1.5 years. So I'll tell you a crazy story. This company that I bought something, I bought like a couple of like hoodies, like these kind of branded hoodies, and I fell for it like a sucker. The advertisement was like an Instagram ad, right? And you know how, I'm sure all of you guys know how Instagram ads go. It's just like, oh, this this sounds amazing. This is cool. This looks really cool. It looks legit or whatever. And 9 times out of 10, it isn't as cool as you think it is. But I was hoping, kind of suckered into it. So, and I'm not one to really click on these ads that much, but this one just happened to get me. But it included 30-day guarantee, no hassle return, blah, 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 blah. So I was like, okay, well, if I don't like it and it turns out to be a bust, at least I got that. And the website looked legit. They had a contact information. It wasn't just didn't look shady at all. So I got it, and the products came, the hoodies came, and they were horrible, horrible quality, not at what I was expecting. And so I was like, okay, this ain't gonna work. I'm gonna return it, and contacted customer service, and they got back right away, and they're like, okay, can you send us pictures? And I'm like, well, it's not really pictures. I mean, it's not like they sent me something that was not the item I was looking for, or the wrong color or anything like that. It was just it's just crappy quality, and I don't want it anymore. And they're like, oh, well, you need to send pictures because we have to show the manufacturer that they got it wrong or whatever. And I'm like, well, okay. So I sent pictures, and then they were like, oh, send a picture of the mailing label. I sent a picture of the mailing label, and they're like, now you got to send this measurement of the sleeve and the hood. And I was like, why am I sending you measurements? This doesn't make any sense. I'm like, this is becoming a hassle. So I started getting a little bit upset about it. And this is all on email. So eventually, I just got frustrated. And this morning, I got an email, and they're like, oh, yeah, this is correct, what they sent you, so you can't get a refund. And I'm like, what? That wasn't the point. The point is I don't want it anymore, and I want to get a refund on this. Please give me a refund. I wasn't as nonchalant about my reply to them. I was like, this sucks. You need to give me a refund now. And didn't get any response on email. And so I went to the website, and I'm like, I'm going to call somebody. I need to talk to somebody and tell them that they need to do this. So I called the number, and it immediately went to a touch tone, press 6 to connect this call. So I called it, and then it just goes straight to voicemail. And I'm like, all right. And I couldn't even understand exactly the name of the company. It was not the same name of the company that I purchased the product from. So I left a message, and I'm like, here's what happened. Here's my order number. I don't understand why I'm not getting a hassle-free return. Please respond immediately. I want to get a refund. No response. Called again. And the funny thing, I got the same message saying, press blah, 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 blah number to leave a message, but it was a different number. So every time I called, and I called maybe about 4 or 5 times, you had pressed a different number to have the call go through. Awesome says, was it Temu? It wasn't. I would not buy from Temu. So anyway, I was just like, this is weird that I have to press a different number to leave a message, and plus nobody was getting back to me. Then I think, like I said, I called maybe 4 or 5 times. Then I finally, it connected, and then somebody picked up, and I said, I'm so glad. No, you just came in. I closed the door. I'm not letting you out again. I said, I'm so glad to get in touch with a person. I've left a few messages. I really want a refund. This is what happened. Here's my order number. And the woman on the other end was she had a very strong, Southern accent. And she was like, sir, I need you to listen to me. I'm going to say something, and I need you to listen to me. And just hear me out first. And she was like, this is my name. I work for so-and-so construction company. I have no idea how you got my number. I've been getting calls for months of people calling to get refunds and unhappy with products like their Taylor Swift high tops or something. And she's like, I've been fielding these calls all day, and I can't even take my own customers' calls, and I have no idea. She's like, can you tell me what the address is on the website? She's like, is it in Wyoming? And I looked on the website and I'm like, yeah, it's in Wyoming. And she's like, I'm in Anchorage, Alaska. She's like, I have no idea what that address is. These are the different, all right, fine. Don't go back. She's like, these are the different names of the companies that people have told me is supposed to be this number. And she listed out a list of like 10 companies, one of which was the one that I ordered from. And she's like, I have no idea how they got our number and why it's connecting to our phone number, but we are a construction company in Anchorage, Alaska. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. She's like, we've called the local authorities. They checked that address in Wyoming. It doesn't even exist. And the whole time I'm just like, oh, dear Lord. She's like, so it's a scam. And she's like, I'm really sorry, but there's nothing I can do. She's like, the FBI apparently are involved now and they're investigating this. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I felt really bad because she said people were like cussing her out, didn't believe her. They just wanted a refund for their stuff or like a change on her stuff. She's like, I have no idea. I can't do anything. She's like, I feel really bad, but I can't do anything. And it's really stressful for me trying to field this stuff with them. And so yeah, I was just like, well, thank you. I got her information. She was super nice to give me their information. She's like, I hope you can, get some sort of refund or get this worked out. She's like, but we're trying on our end and it just seems like it's a total scam. So I went to my credit card company and called them and said, hey, this is what happened. And can you stop charges on the credit card and blah, blah, blah. And they were like, well, what day was the charge? And we looked it up and I found the exact amount. So I like correlated that it was, but the name of the company on my charge was like Petterotery or something. And it was like a pet supply. It was charged to like a pet supply company. I was like, what the heck is going on? Like so much fraud. Just felt totally violated. It was messed up. So anyway, I was dealing with that part of the afternoon and but it's just the length that people go to like scam was unbelievable. It was really unbelievable. And I mean, I sincerely felt bad for this woman because she's like, I just feel bad. I don't want people to be angry and like have to deal with this, but this is so wrong and I don't know how to help them. And yeah, it's really messed up. So who knows, got the dispute, the charge out. I mean, I'm figuring hopefully my credit card company can fight it or block the charge. I don't know. We'll see. I don't have my hopes up too much. Worst comes to worst, I'm like, well, I'll just have this kind of low subpar crappy hoodie and just like count it as a loss, lesson learned. But it was kind of lame. Antoine Tennyson does your cat jump on your... Yes, I have to keep mine at an angle or Ash will jump up the E and dry himself on whatever I'm working. Yes, my cat will. I have two cats. One of them more likely will do it than the other one. The one's a little fatter and a little less agile. But yeah, he'll jump up. But more than likely, they're getting older. He will just yell at me until I pick him up and put him on my lap. And then he'll just need a little bit of lap time. And then he'll either settle down or jump off. But yeah, sometimes they'll jump on. He will jump on my other desk setup over there where my main like digital drawing setup is. And he will step on my keyboard. So I'll have like whatever I'm typing will get screwed up. Or he'll step on my trackpad and that will mess things up. There's been so many files I've had that have been messed up by my cats because they know exactly where they're not supposed to step and they step on it. That's just how cats are. Gosh, I didn't draw anything at this dude's face last time. This is my end spot here. I love a nice hoodie. Yeah, me too. This one was pretty sweet. It was kind of right after the Paris Olympics ended, and it was like, for those of you who like basketball all, it was like when they were using Steph Curry's image to like advertise it. He does this gesture, he has done this gesture the last few years of night night, but this one was they did a version that was like French for night night, nuit nuit. It was really cool. It looked cool in the picture, and I was like, oh, that's kind of sweet. And yeah, was not good quality. And I would have been, I kind of figured I would like, if I didn't like it, the risk was I will probably have to pay return shipping. I wasn't expecting like a full refund for everything, but to be scammed like that was not cool. Arm here. Man, this is way off. This number no longer exists. Yeah. It was horrible, man. It was totally horrible. Someone's getting a kick out of it. Yeah, it was bad. I use PayPal to buy from companies I know. Their dispute system has been rock solid. Okay, that's good to know. I do have PayPal. My credit card, the particular credit card that I use for a lot of online purchases, they have a great dispute system. They've got a great like built-in insurance policy if things go wrong with stuff you even buy even after the fact. So I use that. But yeah, it's good to know about PayPal. Raffle off. Yeah, I should do that to gain the infamous pet store construction company hoodie. I might do that. That's pretty funny. Wow, there's so many cool anatomy shadows here going on. We all have at least one issue with scams in our lives. I mean, it's part of it. Yeah, it's part of it. You can't help but feel like violated and stupid at the same time. Like, dang it, I knew it. I knew it. Like, there. Speaking of cats, because probably I watch too many cat Instagram videos, but I keep getting this dang video for a cat water fountain, and they're like, it's the best thing, and they show these cats drinking from this cat water fountain, and I see it on Instagram all the time. They're like, it's the best thing. It's like stainless steel, and it's healthy, and cats love it. And I'm like, maybe I should get one of those. And I'm like, nope, don't do it. It's not gonna be like you think it is. It's gonna be a scam. But I keep getting that stupid video. I think I've even blocked it a couple times or said, no, I don't like this video. It keeps showing up. So if I mention that I'm thinking of getting a cat fountain, I need all of you guys to say, no, I need you to scream in my ear, do not buy that cat fountain. I mean, that video comes up so much. I've even seen it like poo-poo on other Instagram cat fountain videos that come up too. Like the competition, they're always like, yeah, saying like, no, it's not, so-and-so thinks they're better than us, but they're not. Like straight up direct competition on Instagram videos. Okay. Wow, this is it that much wider? Just a little bit wider, but I'm drawing this way smaller, it seems. Maybe I'll have to expand that wider. Our family issue is with legit companies not even responding or losing email. Yeah. It's coming along nicely, Rock. I could only do that if I could recreate the page in my own style. Yeah, I debated that of like, oh, should I do... I thought like one thing I could do, like, for example, books that I didn't like or had issue with how they've drawn a panel or like corrections I think I would have done if I was drawing it. I was like, oh, what if I redo it and do it in my style? I thought of that too, but maybe I'll do that in the future. But I do like trying to figure out why specific artists make the decisions they do by recreating their decisions. And in the process, I mean, naturally, I'm interpreting it already through my own lens, but as much as I can keep it as close to what they do, trying to, without killing myself. Gosh dang it. But I'm just out of space here. How did I so poorly measure the width of this panel? For those of you who are new, like Timmy Mello, Antoine Dennison, one thing I've noticed that I do is I often draw things, or my translation of what I'm seeing and the copy that I make on my own image always tends to be about 15% bigger than the original. Like if I were to overlay this in Photoshop, I'm pretty sure it'll be like 10 to 15% bigger. And it's just, I consistently do that. Which is why I feel like I'm crammed in here. Wow. Most of the stuff I buy for my cat doesn't give a damn. It's true. We got one of those. I mean, this was a smaller purchase, but I think it was through Instagram ad of one of those brushes. It's like it gives out like steam, like a steam brush for cats to help like soothe them and also like get their fur out. And it works, but my cats really don't like it. They think there's like a slight hiss that comes out when the steam comes out, and so they're constantly like, what do you do? One of my cats likes it enough, but the other one really doesn't. So I'm like, well, they don't talk about the hiss of the mechanism that like freaks out your cat. Stupid cats. They don't appreciate. Oh goodness. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to make this panel just a little wider than I was anticipating here. Wow, it's very complicated. Like shadow here, lighting shadow here. Where's that coming from? The source of that shadow creating those stripes. Unhinged, Dean, K-pop are streaming now as well. Jason says hi. Oh, cool. Awesome. Say hi too. And say hi to K-pop as well. Love those guys. Glad they're streaming. That's awesome. I know Monday's pretty popular to stream. I don't normally stream at this time. So I'm stepping on some uncharted territory here, but it's all right. Oh yeah, even our internet went down at one point. So many things went wrong today. Our internet went down, and my son and I were trying to watch a football game. I'm not a huge football fan, but it was like the first football game of the season for the 49ers. And we were all gearing up, sit down and watch it. And then literally, like right when it was about to start, the internet was like, boo. There was like an outage in our area. And I was like, what? So then we were trying to stream it on our phones. It was a big mess. Eventually came back, but just everything was breaking today. Good thing that didn't happen while I was streaming. If I was streaming, that would have been bad. Wow, this face is killing me. I have to switch color. This face, I gotta come back to this face. This face looks crazy the way that I drew it. It's not coming to me right now. Art composition in art and getting things in that perfect frame of view is always a pain, especially when you're ready halfway through and really, yes. Yeah, and if you're doing it traditionally, holy moly, that's when you're like, why am I doing this traditionally? I could copy and paste, or I could resize if I was doing this digitally. That's part of the struggle. I actually love it though. It's like, I love well, you got to start all over again. I mean, I know it sounds kind of sick and like sadistic, but I do. I kind of love it because that's the discipline that no shortcuts will get you around. Like no Control Z will get you around. And when I draw things digitally, I can easily sit there for hours tweaking and like scaling and redoing that, and because I don't have that luxury, or I'm choosing not to give myself that luxury by doing it this way, I'm like, you hit that decision point pretty quick of like, well, am I just going to stick with it because I spent all this time, or am I going to redo it and like start from scratch, like erase the whole thing and start over again? And I think those kind of decision points grow something in you, you know. They either give you the confidence to like stick with your decision, or they force you to work things out a lot better, you know, train you to be a lot sharper so that you're not redoing all the time. Like all those things, those are things that you don't have to face necessarily when you're doing digitally. You just undo, and then you're just second guessing all your decisions all the time. At least I do. But yeah, there's certain times where I'm like, dang it, I could just, and they did that traditionally too. They would like cut and paste, scan, or copy and then shrink, rotate if they had finished something already. Like I said, I'm gonna come back to that head. That head is messing with my mind right now. So yeah, that's part of it. I'm embracing that struggle. That's part of it. Otherwise, I would just trace this thing, you know, and call it an inking exercise and be done with it. Or lightbox it and call it an inking exercise and be done with it. But This one is just like beating my own ego into, or my own artistic second guessing nature into submission. And just like, all right, that sucked. Start all over. Do it again. Wax on, wax off. And then also doing it on stream. That's a lot harder for those of you who have not tried, or maybe you have tried and you know what I'm talking about. It's a lot harder to do it when people are watching you do it. You're like, all right, screwed that up. Let's do it again. It's easier to make mistakes in private. That's why I don't know how, like, I know a few people have talked about this often, but like how Bob Ross in his day and age when he was doing this stuff, he was basically doing streaming, live streaming, painting, landscape painting, and talking about it as he was doing it before technology even could catch up. And he was a master at that stuff. And like, how long was their shows? Like 30 minutes? He would do a whole painting? Crazy. Give him too much of a chin. All right. A little progress there. Is there an artist edition? There is, and I think it's for the Spirit. I don't have it. Where I got this image from was the Spirit casebook, which I don't know when this came out, but so it's not really an artist edition, but it was just a compilation of a bunch of different short stories of Will Eisner. But there is an artist edition, like if you just look it up, the Spirit artist edition, and it looks really cool. I haven't bought it yet, except for myself. I should, but I haven't. I've got 2 of Will's 3 comic instructional books. Yeah, he's got a lot. I mean, Will Eisner was way ahead of his time with just breaking down storytelling in a way that was teaching the craft. Yeah, way ahead of his time. So yeah, he did a lot of books of storytelling, graphic storytelling. I think that was the title of one of them, maybe. And on top of just straight up just the narrative stuff that he did. It was like way before Scott McCloud's book. Okay, let's move on from that panel. I'll work on that head later or another time. Let's work on this guy. Ah, dang, man. This arm sticking out so much is bothering me now. Like that much wider? I think I probably drew this head a little too big, and that's why everything shifted over. Yep. That's what happened. So I might just have to extend over here, this frame. Which will be a little wonky, but I don't think I can cut this arm off so short the way I did. But that means that this would open up to, if I go out here. Decisions. It's true. My son said this funny thing. He said, I don't think I'm like relying on the internet as much as everybody says it is, but when we just lost the internet just then, I realized I'm really relying on the internet. Especially like when you really need it. Oh my gosh. So scary. But it does feel like it's like, what do we do? What? Well, how do... I don't know. I can't look at that up. Well, such an interesting pose here. It's like Eisner never drew a stock face or body pose like some artists did or do. A lot of artists do in comics. Everything was just so unique and original and posed out specifically for the story moment. His characters were all unique kind of characters. Never felt like, oh yeah, that's just a generic whatever. It's like, oh. Graphic storytelling and visual narrative, as well as expressive anatomy. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, all good ones. Timmy Mello, I'm really getting into those. I've been waiting on the Brian Bolland. Oh, cool. Apex Edition and the Mazzucchelli Year 1 is on. Oh, man, Antoine, you are not going to regret that one. It's really amazing. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of work. And when Scott Dunbier is the guy who headed up all those artist editions, or all the best ones, when he mentioned this, that he was doing Year 1, it was just like, oh my gosh, he's doing Year 1. And he kept saying, like, this is one of the best ones I've done. And I'm like, he's done some really, really good one. Like, some that I've just like, this is, you can't top this. Like, I love the Rocketeer one, and Kevin Nolan one, and the Michael Golden ones. Like, they're really awesome. The Mike Zeck one. And I'm like, how? I mean, yes, it's Year 1, but can it be really that much better than all the ones? It's so good. It's incredible. I think it's because it's also the entire story and just the way that they formatted the whole thing. And then I don't know if you guys know, I might have mentioned it before, but he left IDW where he was doing all these artist editions and started his own company called Act 4. And he's basically doing what he did at IDW, but now it's his own company. And the next ones that he's doing, like all of them I want. He's doing the big one that I am super psyched about is he's doing a artist edition for Jason Pearson's Body Bags miniseries, the whole thing. Jason Pearson's one of my top favorites of all time. Modern day artists, and I cannot wait to get that one. So he's doing that, and then he's doing a couple more Dave Stevens ones, which his the one he did for Rocketeer is one of the best. So for him to do more of that stuff is great. And as you guys know, Dave Stevens is, yeah, second to none as a comic book artist. And then I think he's doing like Walt Simonson series Ragnarok. I think he's doing one. It's crazy. So, I mean, I was sad to hear he was leaving IDW, but then when I realized he's just doing it for himself now, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's smart. That's a smart move, because he's basically going to reap all the profits himself now, doing the same thing he was doing for IDW. So yeah, I got to save up for those, because those will be amazing. And if his quality is anything like he's done, it's going to be amazing. Oh yeah, I think he was even involved in the John Paul Leon one that was kickstarted or crowdfunded. That one was crazy good. Yeah, I think I'm just going to widen this frame out all the way down. Timmy Mello, I always sketch by pencil though. Even eventually I'll move to digital. Yeah, that's great. I mean, I think, yeah, I love digital. I think digital is incredibly valuable and brings a lot to the table. It's a great tool. But for sure, for any kind of comic stuff I want to do, I want to lean as much as I can towards the traditional way of doing it. Might be slower, might be dumber, but I just love the craft of it, and like I said earlier, wrestling with the medium, like beating myself over the head with trying to get this stuff to work. And I think seeing that process and going back to our original discussion, coming out with like original art, not just like a great print of my digital awesome art, but like, nope, this is the original. That appeals to me so much. Wow, these thug faces are killing me. Mine look like those cake projects. I'm sure you guys have seen it, of like, oh, here, I made a cake that looks like Pikachu. And then you see the example of what you're supposed to do and then the after of what the person actually does. Nailed It. They had a show called Nailed It that was like that. That's kind of how I feel like my drawing is of these faces. These Will Eisner faces. It's like, oh, okay, I can do that. And then when I try it, it's like microwaved. Nailed it. That head is for sure too big compared to the size. Switch. I'm going to blame the blue pencil. Switch to red. Those Eisner books are absolutely essential. I'd even add the Drawing Comics the Marvel Way. Yep, that one's classic. The Wizard Best of in How to Draw as textbook level material. Currently laboring through referencing the Incredible Hulk Wolverine versus Hulk cover, where composition awareness is so important, especially in sketching Hulk's face. Wow, good luck with that one. Those are that is a Mount Rushmore of images to study, because Todd is not. I never thought Todd was like an anatomy expert, but he knew how to exaggerate and make things just look cool as heck and work. And that, yeah, I've seen somebody just posted about this on social media. Maybe it was Rob Liefeld commenting on it. I can't remember, but basically, yeah, I think it was Rob Liefeld commenting on that exact image and saying he's seen so many people like do their homage to that image because it's iconic, right? It's classic Todd. And he didn't name names specifically, but I did recently see like Alex Ross do his homage to that cover. And as you guys know, Alex Ross's style is very realistic looking, very photo referenced. Love his stuff. He's incredible, phenomenal artist. But to see him do it, like with all the reflections and everything and making it look realistic and making that work, it just, when I saw that image, I was like, that's cool, but it like lost all the excitement from the original Todd McFarlane image. So, yeah, there's something about like some sort of like magic in the bottle that was captured. What you call that, whether that's Todd McFarlane's style or his instinctual things that he did or his choices or just whatever he was on when he was drawing that image. It was like perfection. So amazing. And it felt real, it felt believable, but at the same time it's not if you tried to really break it down. That's why that reflection, like those claws and the angle of the claws and the reflection of the Hulk's face in it, they just work perfectly. But if you try and do that in a different style or in not as stylized as Todd did it, then it's like, well, yeah, I can see it, but just loses something. Did you see the? I'm wondering, are you looking at the? Because I know they included that image in the Todd McFarlane artist edition of his Spider-Man stuff. Did you see that? Or maybe I'm assuming you have that, Timmy Mello, because that's cool to see it reproduced at size. Even though it wasn't Spider-Man, had nothing to do with Spider-Man, I know that Scott Dumbier is like, we need to conclude this image because this is a benchmark Todd McFarlane image. And so they put it in that book. I love that image. Shant has a poster of that image in his office, his studio, and I'm pretty sure it's signed by Todd McFarlane, which is great. So good. Oy, oy, oy. The struggle is real. All right, let's see. We got these lines. Oh my gosh. So I feel like this window. Those figures are coming along. I say thank you, Timmy Mello. Bro, can't function properly without the internet. Yeah, it's hard. We're stuck now. There's no leaving it now. I picked up How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way when I was 9. Still use dipping pens and brushes. Awesome. That was a life-changing book for me too. Although I will say, my first way of using that book when I was a kid was just copying the end images and not really the process. I would just fast forward to the end images and copy the John Buscema drawings. Just copy every drawing he was doing. But yeah, as I got older, I was like, wow, it's still good. It's just so concise and perfect, the kind of lessons they teach in that one. That book is so good. It's helped me a ton the last few years. Yeah, it's awesome. Just saw Dunbier on Comic Art Fans. He mentioned he left IDW. Yeah, but didn't say much more. Yep, check it out. His website, I think it's act4.com, or I don't know if it's spelled out, or I think it's spelled out maybe. But yeah, he's got a website up already with the talking about which book, just the shows images of the books that he's going to be doing. And I think he made the big announcement of what it was during Comic-Con and the name of the company. He's going to make a lot of money. He really created such a cool thing, cool tool or fan collector thing with those artist editions, and I can't get enough of them. They're just, it's almost as good as owning the original art and not worrying about having to afford actual original art. But some of those scans are just stunning. I've been experimenting with doing my pencil roughs digitally, working out the composition, then printing that out and either tightening or going straight to ink. That's great. Yeah, that's a great methodology, I think. Whoops, sorry. I've thought about that of for my own stuff doing, rough layouts digitally and then blowing them up and then penciling them traditionally and then scanning those in, printing out like I'm doing now, printing out a blue line version of those pencils and then inking those traditionally. That's kind of what I'm thinking. We'll see. Part of these master studies too is just figuring out the process, not just learning the craft, but figuring out the process of what works well. Oh, okay. One of the biggest revelations for me was oh, I can print on this cardstock at my local Kinko's. It will work. And then I can scan on those, not having to pay for one of those large size printer scanners yet. I can just go to my Kinko's and do it. So that's been cool to figure that out. And I'm sure that process will come into play when I'm working on my own stuff. Goodness, there's a guy's figure here coming through the window, tied ropes, broken glass. Another guy falling out the window, down in the snow. So much going on. Alex Ross's work is unreal. He is incredible, one of the best. Just saw Ross's version, didn't quite get there. I mean, it was really good, right? It was an excellent painting, but it just missed the excitement for me. And I would almost argue Ross's art has always been like that. I mean, he came out with that Fantastic Four book recently, and the artwork in that was some of his best stuff he's done in recent years. It was like even stylized somewhat, but something about it was just like, oh, that's cool. Like I gravitate more towards stylization versus realism, or realism believability, but it can be stylized believability. But I don't like to go super far stylized. Like that stuff isn't as appealing to me either. But it was like the image guys, those are the sweet spot for me. As I'm learning to like doing these, like Mike Zeck has always been one of my favorites. He's not like the image guys. He was more realistic than them, but he had a stylization of stuff, had a incredible command of the human form and dynamic posing. Michael Golden's the same way. Like he was exaggerated, stylized, but also incredible command of drawing and anatomy and realism. So that's the sweet spot for me. A lot of the artists these days are drawing very, very realistic, especially with the like lighting and the coloring and yeah, a lot of it doesn't really appeal to me. Frank Miller is another one, like his excuse me, stylization, but realism. He had like a range where his different eras of his work would kind of move in and out of the realism and stylism. Okay, so I'm studying Todd's original piece as well as a bunch of others. Hopefully I'll have the rough sketch up on Instagram once I add more details. Timmy Mello, post your Instagram. I will follow you. I'd love to see all the stuff you're talking about. That sounds fun. I've debated whether I should do like a master study on Todd's work, which would be crazy because he's got so many lines, so many like hatchy nib lines, like stylization Todd lines in there. But I do need to do a master study. I talked earlier about like maybe a Stephen Platt one, like something that's out of my comfort zone, but that I love the energy in. So yeah, somebody like Stephen Platt, Todd McFarlane. That would be really interesting to see if I could pull it off. Man, Dean's selling his stuff on K-Pops. Old Man Rocky. Yep. I won that Fantastic Four book. It's quite nice. In fact, I enjoy all of Ross's books and covers. He's a superb, unbeatable draftsman. There's a fantastical element to comics that I think is missing. I mean, it's so referenced, right? But so referenced, and his references are great. Like the references he picked, especially for that Fantastic Four book, like the whatever models he picked for, he's great at like casting his drawings, that for whatever models he used for the Fantastic Four, like felt spot on. And I've seen some videos that he's posted of him painting those things using reference. But yeah, it is. I do feel like it's missing a little bit something. I've never been like a die-hard Alex Ross fan. Definitely have less space for these siding lines than what's in the original Eisner. It's like shards of glass. My gosh. I've been meaning to look up. I haven't searched. If I could find, if anybody took videos of Will Eisner like actually working, that would be amazing to watch. I haven't researched it because, like, I don't know if he was fast. Like with this kind of stuff, was he just like busting it out, or did he like take his time? Because the level of detail is kind of sick. And yet the craft is very high level. So I can't imagine him just fudging through this stuff. He's not just making marks to make marks. Like they all have a clear purpose. Here's the link to my Instagram, pretty much my ongoing attempt at progression with my skills. Awesome, Timmy Mella. I will follow you after the stream. I will go and check you out and follow your account. Super excited to see your work. Antoine says, I would have lightboxed the original at least to get all the proportions identical. It's cheating. It would have been a lot easier to do that for sure. It would have been very telling too of how off I am, but it's okay. If anything makes me, in this whole process, not just this Eisner, but any of these master studies, my rule of thumb for myself is if it makes me second guess and hesitate, just like push it out. Like don't even. That's not what this is about. It's not to give me another thing to like obsess about and overthink. Just execute. It's not going to be perfect. Don't think it's going to be. You'll never be able to be a Will Eisner and like master exactly what he's doing. So just keep going. It's about the grind. It's about the practice. It's about the reps. So that's what I'm doing. Like I said, yeah, I could have easily just lightboxed this thing and then just inked it and said, okay, this is an inking exercise, and maybe I'll do that for something in the future. But for these, at least for now, for these master studies, it's just like just try, grind, do, and it'll turn out great, and you'll learn a lot, and then move on to the next one. Just keep going. Stop thinking. Why do I have to think so much about everything? It's so frustrating. Some juicy brush lines in here too. I can't wait to get to inking. I will be both simultaneously excited and frightened when I have to start inking this. Like these eyelashes, holy moly. Cool, that band is coming along. Switch to blue. Just change it up. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for sharing. All right. Let's move on. Oh gosh. This one's scary. It's like this guy. Yeah, the other reason why I wanted to stream today is because next week is going to be a little crazy. I'm going to be out of town a little bit. My schedule's going to get broken up, and I don't know if I'm going to have time to really, maybe towards the end of the week I might have time. I'm not sure, but So I don't want to get too, if I don't stream enough to make progress on this page this week, I'm going to fall way behind. So just got to push when I can. Might have to do these more later streams, but it's okay. We'll just call them the like sweet dream stream, sweet stream. People just chilling, resting, falling asleep to the subtle sounds of my voice. Man, this expression is awesome. Insomnistream. That's great. I'm surprised nobody's taken that. That's pretty cool. That's a cool name. So many people stream so late. We're helping perpetuate insomnia in the world with these streams. I'm always amazed at like people that have streams. Like it's cool to watch people draw or like create stuff on stream. But there's some people that stream just like, oh, they're reading, they're studying for their final or their test, and they're just on camera reading, and I'm like, and there's like thousands of people watching all the time. And I'm like, what is going on? What am I watching here? Oh, I feel like his expression here is even more like Stallone. Hey. Hey. Yeah, all this stuff, I'm gonna have to do like a negative white, or use white paint in to like cut back into the shadow areas. Rocky falls asleep trying to finish his pencils. Not yet. Not yet. I'm actually quite awake. Why is that? I don't know. It's 11 o'clock, 11:07 my time. Most of you guys, I think, are not on the West Coast, so it's even later for you. But I think I'm tired from the day, but not sleepy, if that makes any sense. Just tired for the day, just want to do something brainless and relaxing for me, which is what I'm doing now. If I watch a television show or read a book, I would probably fall asleep. So this is engaging a part of my brain that's still awake. That would be amazing, though, if I fell asleep on stream while I was drawing. That would be epic. Just drooling on my page. Comrade Sammy says, soon he'll be drawing in his sleep. That would be amazing. I would watch somebody do that. If they were sleep drawing, that would be amazing. Okay, I'm going to cheat a little bit and turn it this direction. It kind of kills me to do this, but I don't know why. It's just a copy. Spirit has such a heroic nose, not too big, not too small. It's got this nice squared off jaw. I love the way Will Eisner did hair too. Really cool. Antoine Dennison says, I can pencil while I'm sleepy, but I need to be completely alert to ink. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, because you need to have that steady hand. Penciling is, you can kind of build it up, erase it, smudge it, but ink's if you put that line down, you're committed. Such a cool shape, this spirit's body here. So directional in what's happening in the action. Man. This is so complicated how he indicates this rope too. Oh, shoot. 20% battery. Okay. Pause. Nope. Resume. Sorry, guys. There we go. Close. It should be charging, right? Yeah. Good thing it warned me, or else I'd shut off. Just crazy. It was weird. It's like I'm connected to the USB, but I guess it went into my lock screen and didn't connect to the computer to get charged. I don't know what's going on. My computer is more tired than I am. It's ready to quit. We ain't quitting, computer. It's really just eye-opening how complex these images are. For example, just drawing these shoes right here, the bottom of this guy's shoes, and he's got them in two different angles. One's bent here, kind of like a profile, but like you can feel the way that he puts the shadows in it. It's like a leather, your typical leather male boot that they were wearing during those times. And then the angle of this one here shows the heel, and there's like dimensionality to the heel, and like a seam line here from the seam, and then shadow here. It's like so complicated just for the feet, but it adds so much life to this pose, and yet it's so stylized too. Like, I doubt he was referencing this exact pose. This is such a stylized, cartoony kind of pose, but it feels really believable, really real. You feel the cloth, the folds, and the shoe feels solid. Different materials. It's awesome. So good. And yet so hard. Like, how fast did Eisner work that he made a living off of this? During the times, the age that he was drawing these, how did this work? How did the economics work for him? Because I mean, goodness gracious, he was not cutting any corners, that's for sure. For all I know, his wife was independently wealthy, and he was just doing this as a hobby. But my gosh. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, see, already kind of. Just like this windowsill here, like the shadow on the windowsill of his body shows you the dimension of the wall and the depth in the windowsill. I mean, come on. I know he owned the title, so he may have been getting a nice royalty. I hope so. I mean, yeah, he is one of the pioneers of owning your own creation and never selling out. So I hope that paid off for him in the long run in his estate or whatever, his legacy, because he definitely went against the grain of that system, especially in the day and time that he was alive doing this. But yeah, who knows? Hopefully he was getting a good royalty off of it, and the sales of the spirit and all that were so popular that that was sustaining him. Probably lived his lifestyle as an artist in ways we never can today with our busy schedules. Yeah, maybe. I guess I don't know for sure, but I would just assume that he was from New York. I don't know why I assumed that, just because Marvel and DC were there, and the stories he told felt very influenced by the city of New York. So that couldn't have been, even back in the day, that couldn't have been cheap to live there. It's not like he lived in Idaho or, North Dakota. Maybe he did. Where cost of living wasn't so much. Pretty sure he had a family too, so not like he was a hermit. Crazy. Did you guys hear today that James Earl Jones passed away today? Super sad. He was quite old. I think he's like 93 maybe or something, I heard. Oh, and also comic artist John Cassidy passed away today, which was really shocking. They said he was like 52, 54? No more than 54, I think it was. That was shocking. And I wondered what happened to that guy. He kind of disappeared. He was like the artist for a while. He disappeared. At least I had not kept up with what happened to him. And then he came out with a recent cover, which everybody was like, what happened to John Cassidy? And to the point where some people were like making fun of it. But when I saw that, I was like, doesn't seem like I felt like something happened. Like, doesn't seem like he's on his game. When I saw that image, it seemed really off. But nobody said anything about it. Nobody was like, oh yeah, John's sick or he's battling something or whatever. And then finding out today that he passed away, I was like, oh shoot, something must have been going on. So it's a real shame. He was a great artist. talented artist. I really like the work he did on X-Men, the Joss Whedon series. I guess it was Astonishing X-Men he did. And Authority. Yeah, I liked his work a lot. He also came from that realistic drawing line, but he had a stylization to it, which was cool. So yeah, kind of huge blows to the entertainment industry. Those guys gone. I didn't do any searches. I didn't have any time to search to see if what they said. I'm sure some will come out in the next few days of what happened. Must have been like cancer or something, because he was just too young to just die of natural causes. Wikipedia says he was born in Brooklyn. EISNER was born in Brooklyn. There you go. Spirit sold approximately 5 million per issue and was also, wow, okay, so yeah, you said 5 million per issue. Wow, that's amazing. And was also in 20 newspapers. I think it was, it was so unique for its time, and the market, I'm guessing, wasn't super flooded or saturated as it is now with stuff like this. So probably stood out, was really original and unique, and for him to own the rights or hold on to the rights of the property and it to gain that kind of popularity, yeah, that probably set him up well, which is great. That's what you want to hear. R.I.P. James Earl Jones, a.k.a. Mr. Myrtle, Darth Vader, Mufasa, so many iconic roles and memories, yeah. Oh, you're right. Sorry, Planetary, not Authority. Thank you, Antoine Dennison, yeah. Heard he had a heart attack. Sunday, was taken off life support today. R.I.P. John Cassidy. Wow, that's rough. I feel like, I don't think he's been well for a while, is my hunch. But that's horrible. I read somebody gave a tribute to him. Oh, I think it was Richard Friend, who's a phenomenal inker. Used to work for Wildstorm, working on his own crowdfunded stuff right now. Does great YouTube content. Seems like an all-around nice guy. Richard does. And he had mentioned knowing John Cassidy and working with him, crossing paths with him at Wildstorm. And he said he was just like one of those guys that had it all. He was like just the nicest guy, super nice personality, super talented, handsome, had the looks, and really friendly, generous with his time. So he was super sad of the news. hate to lose artists like that who go before their time is up. Tim Sale is another one. John Paul Leon's another one that passed away not too long ago. I totally just kind of skipped over these ropes, but I'm gonna tighten these up a little bit. Otherwise, when I get to inking, it's gonna be like, what is going on? Who was it that was on Authority then? Was that Quietly? I think that was Quietly then. That was on Authority. Yeah, James Earl Jones, man, that guy, some great roles, so commanding. Somebody mentioned, like, yeah, he did Darth Vader, Mufasa, but don't forget, he was also in Coming to America, played the king, which was a great role. Wasn't he in Field of Dreams, too? Yeah, he's in a lot of stuff. That's 5 million units, not $5 million. Right. But still, 5 million of anything is, that's a lot. That's a lot. Selling 5 million stuff, that's a lot. Rocky Macabre, what's up, Rocky? Tulsa Doom. Yeah. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Damn, that's unfortunate. 52 is way too young, in my opinion. It is. That's too close to home for some of us older people. That ain't too far away. So, yeah. He had a lot more life to live. I think he had a family, too, and kids and stuff. So, he had a lot more life to live. A lot more art to create. So, it's not great when you hear tragic news like that. Richard Friend is a great guy. I've known him since the mid-90s. Rich is working on creating a book called Blaster Kid. Yes. Do you know him personally, Antoine Denison? He seems, I love that his name is Richard Friend, one, because it's so appropriate to just the personality that he exudes, at least that I've just seen online. And he seems so friendly. I'm sure he's like that in person. And so talented. And he's just really unassuming with the way, like, he's worked on some monster things, like with some of the best of the best. I just think of like when he was inking Travis on Wildcats and all of those top tier image artists that he was just inking on top of their stuff, and not just, throwing ink on it. He was bringing something to the table, like his own craft to the table. But then now in his career, just hearing him tell the stories and sharing his love for comics and the artwork of it, like, he is just a true fanboy. And I loved, he posted some videos when he was at Comic-Con of him just flipping through original art. Some of those artists he had worked with, but just the way that he talked about their artwork as he was videotaping it, he was just like in awe of the craft. And I'm like, that's so cool. Like, he's just a fanboy through and through. I'm very excited for his creator-owned book. I think it's amazing that somebody of his talent is doing something like that. I can't wait. Some of the images he shared already of from that book look out of this world. So, yeah, it'll be great. Great to see that kind of come to fruition. Authority was done by Brian Hitch. Yes, Brian Hitch. That's right. How can I forget Brian Hitch? Then Quietly and a few others. Art Adams did. Yes, I remember those Art Adams issues. Also in Conan. What's up, Rocky? What's up, Rocky? Love it. Always into more Rockies coming on my stream. Awesome one says, dude, are you finished? No. I am not. Only got through like 2.5-ish panels. But we're making progress. That's the point, right? Now that I look at the first panel I started tonight, I'm like, wow, that's loose. I got to get back and tighten this. This is getting pretty acceptable as far as tightness for me. So yeah, lots to do. Keep going. I guess I can move on to this panel. Well, we've spoken on the phone, but mainly in chat rooms and later YouTube, but I've never met him in person. Okay, cool. Yeah, he just seems really down to earth and accessible and friendly and just so willing to share his knowledge. He's built up a great YouTube audience even before YouTube was really a thing for comic artists, I'd say. He was just kind of sharing and building up his own audience, and yeah, now it's great. The amount of work he's done, the amount of talent he has, he could easily just be standoffish, but he just seems like just down to earth, really friendly. I always love how he starts up his streams. He's like, "Hey, what up? What up, everybody?" Okay. Yeesh. I'm not gonna lie, Rocky. Your profile picture is freaking me out, dude. It's kind of creepy. Where's that from? Kind of freaking me out. Antoine Dennison says, I remember Rich was giving me a portfolio review once. Had a femme fatale in the pages. He told me her boobs are too small. That's not an opinion. Facts. I'm giving you my professional assessment here, not my opinion. It's like Weird Science. Do you guys remember that sequence from Weird Science where they were like, such a teen boy 80s movie, where they were kind of building their perfect girl, and there was that whole sequence. You'll know it. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. But that was kind of what the audience was looking for. That's cool. You got a review, a portfolio review. That's awesome. I think that was that through like his was he doing a Patreon thing? I think I remember, or something. I didn't totally dive deep into all that he was providing, but I know he was doing individual reviews for people, different tiers or whatever, different member tiers. So that's really cool. I think it's really valuable too for somebody of his experience level and caliber. Hope that was helpful for you, Antoine. If anything, for that one design. Scale up. My favorite area right here. Just black the whole thing out here. Put it in shadow. When in doubt, black it out. the rule of thumb. Great folds. Eisner, man. I'd say Eisner, Dave Stevens, those guys drew folds like better than anybody else on the planet. Carmen Sammy says Rocky is easily spooked. Yeah, I can be. I can be. I don't like getting scared. That's not my thing. I don't like watching jump scare horror movies. I like watching smart horror movies, but like, yeah, jumps just for the sake of like getting the scare. I'm not that into it. Profile picture. I mean, at least it's not just like jumping out at me, but it is kind of creepy, Rocky. So I'll give you that. Get big black eyes. This was in the late 90s. It was just something we would do on the Yahoo message boards. Wow. That's funny. Yeah. Rich, and it seems like you too, Antoine. Definitely OG with the like online community. One of my buddies, he's been on my stream before, Alan Lau. I remember there was a time where we were super obsessed with Shane Glines had like a whole drawing community board. I can't remember what it was called, but Shane's drawing board, and people would post images and comment on it. It was pretty much like a bulletin board group. And there was a bunch of professional artists in there. And there was this whole thing that some of my friends started on that group anonymously of drawing the character Razorback from Marvel Comics, this like obscure villain. And it turned into this whole thing where, it just built momentum because they just got a lot of people, a lot of their friends to contribute, and it just became a thing to the point where like some people would even go to cons and get commissioned drawings by professional comic book artists to draw Razorback. And then they would post it on the board of like, hey, I don't know if it was this, I don't know if it was a particular artist, but like, here's a Mike Mignola drawing of Razorback. And people would be like, what? Mike Mignola knows about Razorback? So it was really funny. But yeah, those are on those old drawing boards. It's a cool community. I felt like it was a lot more collaborative and welcoming back then versus some communities now can be pretty antagonistic or not as collaborative. But it was fun time. Shane Glines was a big deal back in the day. He was. Yep. He was. He was the king. He's a great artist. I heard he's really shy too, but the way that he managed that board, and I know there was like some paywalls too for certain sections of the board. Like it was cool. It was just so cool. And it didn't hurt that he was an incredible artist and worked on some awesome things. Had a great reputation. But the talent that he attracted on that board was awesome, and the community that was built on that board was awesome. And it lasted a while. It was super fun. But the whole Razorback thing was amazing. Oof, I feel old now. I forgot about Yahoo Message as well as AOL Chat. Hey, AOL Chat. That was my first. I remember coming up with my first name on AOL Chat. You have that little window in the corner with the Running Man in it. You get the CD, the free AOL CD in your, like, when you bought a computer or like anything, it would just come free CD. I don't know how many of those CDs. I started using them as like coasters. AOL chat worked really well too. It was fun. It was just a fun thing. This guy's eye is really wide. Or wide open. I was just even talking with some friends recently of like, I don't even think I got, I didn't, I don't even I didn't even have email in college until either my junior or senior year in college. And like looking for an internship or looking for a job was like not as accessible as it was now. And yeah, the communication. Oh, that's right. We were talking about like communicating with your friends or your kids when they go off, they're away, like how easy it is now. It's like before it was like we'd write letters or like schedule a phone call because you're not walking around with a cell phone. So you'd have to schedule a time that you're going to be in your room to call your parents and talk for whatever catch up time. Versus now it's like you just can text them and say, hey, you know, how he's going, just like little tidbits here and there, or they post on instant social media and you can kind of see what's going on. All that kind of stuff is available now, which is cool and it's great, but there was also something that you had to be really intentional with keeping connected with people before because it was so hard to. And I remember that whether it was bulletin boards or just connecting with other people, not relatives, but people that were interested in the same things I was. Yeah, I'd be on like BB bulletin board, whatever, BBB kind of message boards, reaching out. And then when you would actually connect with somebody who was in another part of the country, like Kansas or something, and you'd be like, wow, this is so cool. And now it's like, it's the norm. It's really weird, crazy times we live in. Look how much bigger. Wow, I made his head way bigger than it should be. I still have letters I've received from people over my life. I don't really save emails with the esteem. It's true. It's really true. I'm kind of sentimental that way too, and it's just, I mean, I do read like old emails. I'll go back and read them, but it's a little different when you don't have like a physical thing to hold. Again, I go back to original art, comics versus digital stuff. I'm I fully believe we're going to get a swing back to people who create original tactile things, because everything is so digital now and artificial. You don't know what's real or fungible, as Antoine Dennison brought up at the beginning of this stream. And there's going to be a lot of value in one of a kind, original, unique stuff, handmade stuff. People are going to crave it. I know I am. Definitely going back to that. Right. Window. Making good progress here, people. It's good. It's good. It's what I wanted to do. PHP bulletin boards. Yep. Yep. I remember they were like no graphics, really basic. And then people would even type like ASCII stuff to like make it stand out, or make your name stand out, your like profile or whatever, your handle stand out. You'd use ASCII characters. Boom, 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 boom. Snow, moon. Cool. That page, or that panel's pretty tight. It's good. Middle panel's pretty good spot, in a good spot. We doing on time? 11:51. Cool. Appreciate all of you guys for hanging with me. I'm not tired yet. I'm gonna keep pushing. I might take a bathroom break here in a second, but yeah, I appreciate all you guys for hanging around. I did look recently. Where are we at? Surprised me because I hadn't been posting any content over a few days. And usually when that happens, like things kind of stagnate a little bit as far as your channel. But we are at 326 subscribers right now. That is awesome. So good. We jumped from we got from 300 to 326 relatively fast, which is amazing. So thank you all for being a part of that, helping that out. We'll be at 350 before we know it, and shooting for 400. It's great. it's funny. I joke with my kids too because, they're a generation that they live on social media and they can just sneeze and get like 50 likes, or my kids aren't on that much social media. We've been pretty. We've had many discussions. We're still having constant discussions with them about the benefits and also the pitfalls of it and all that kind of stuff. So we try and limit their exposure as best as we can, but also realize like this is the world they live in. But they can start an account and whatever. Like if they started they haven't, but if they started like a YouTube channel or whatever, they could get like instantly a bajillion followers more than I would. That would take me months to get like them. But I appreciate just the slow build on this channel and what it's taught me about the content I produce and the people that show up and the kind of people that enjoy it and the feedback I've gotten. I really, really appreciate it, and I'm in no hurry to rush it or do all the things to try and get more likes and more people. Of course that would be awesome, but I'm just trying to let it grow organically and find the right audience and just meet all of you guys and interact with you guys in a very natural and fun way, doing the things and talking about the things that I love to. So when I do get growth and when there is response and I meet new people like all of you, it's just awesome. It's super rewarding for me and very authentic. So I love it. Thank you. Thank you guys for being here and doing this kind of stuff and joining me. All right, cool. So we're in a good spot. These middle panels, that's looking pretty neat, right? I love the different colors. They always just kind of the fun. I say I'm at the end of the day when I'm done with my pencils, my pages always look like they're bruised up. Antoine Dennison says, in terms of your creative process, why do you switch from red to blue pencil? Great question. Really great question. No rhyme or reason, really. There's a couple of my own reasons. It's not methodical. It's just the different colors I've noticed over my course of using Color-Ace, and there's a whole rainbow of different Color-Ace colors you can get. I do gravitate towards the red and the blue. I have a different kind of red too. Well, is it here? So this one is scarlet red, but I also use, here's a whole stack of different Color-Ace that I use. I also use, I think carmine red is another one I use. There's Tuscan red. I like Tuscan red. It's kind of like more brownish. I have used purples, violets before. And then in the blues, there's light blue, there's non-photo blue, there's straight up blue. I think there's one more blue that I like to use. I have used on occasion a green. This one is just green. I thought there was another green. Anyway, so many different options. I do tend to gravitate towards blue and red. And I don't know if it's because of the pigment or what, or when they're manufactured or the wood. I don't know, but I find that the different colors have different softnesses in their lead, or different hardness or softness in their lead. And that changes, especially when you're building up stuff, like when you kind of draw over a lot in a certain area, the same color over and over again, tends to get a little waxy and then super soft, and then you lose a little bit of a definition. And so when I switch colors, it's like I can kind of cut through the softness or the waxiness with this different color, because it has a different softness, if that makes any sense. Like it doesn't mix in with the rest of the colors. So that's one of the reasons, like when I draw something over and over again and I just feel like the line is getting too soft and I'm not getting the definition I need, or I can't see it, visually see it because it's just all blue, then I'll pick another color to like cut through that. It's almost like when you draw digitally and you just keep drawing, working, and then you'll take that layer and like push back the opacity and then pick another darker brush or something to like start cutting into it. That's the same reason why I switch the colors. And then sometimes it's just an emotional, like, I'm feeling blue. I mean, not blue like sad, but like I'm feeling like staring at the blue color today, or I feel like looking at red today. So that's pretty arbitrary. It really depends on how I'm feeling, and if like, or like if I'm drawing a picture and I'm just like, I just can't, like here, I couldn't figure it out and it was just struggling. Like I might go back here and try and figure out this head in red in a few minutes. So because in blue I just wasn't doing it for me. So just those kind of visual things, it's like an emotional thing, helps to like reset your brain a little bit, reset you visually. And then again with the softnesses and that waxiness or whatever of the lead, it helps cut through it. So that's why I switch colors. There was some friends or partners that I worked with in animation, and we each had different colors we gravitated towards for whatever reason. And sometimes when you're working in animation, you'd like work on a sequence and then you're like, hey, can you check this out? And your friend would take the sequence, like this is traditionally on paper, they would take the sequence and then they would do a correction over it or do like an adjustment, and they would use their color. And then there was 3 of us at the time. I was working in the studio, and we'd pass it among the 3 of us, and at the end of the day you'd have all 3 colors in there. But it was kind of cool. It was this bruised drawing, but it had passed through each of our hands, and you could see where and what corrections we had done. So it was kind of neat. It was like a visual, it was a collaboration, but you also saw it in the colors that were on. I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's kind of explaining it out is weird, but it just worked. I know that some artists will use a red on certain effects in order to indicate a line hold. Yeah, and I think I've seen that in comics for sure. And that's more of like the production side of it for sure. But that's not, and when I'm roughing out, that's not why. But yeah, people for sure said like, oh yeah, red lines are like to hold shadows or a specific color for a line or effects, like you said. Yeah, I've totally seen that. Yeah, let's go to this. Yeah, let's go to bottom right. Smack dab on the eyes. Inside the killer's eyes. This is one of the things I love so much about this page, and this technique that EISNER did was putting us inside the head, literally inside the head of the killer. And he did in previous pages, he did another effect which kind of set that up. So like this kind of effect, which is really cool. Like he's having a flashback of him in the war, but he did it right in the eye sockets from the other side, like here. So then it's so cool, like in the next, when you're in his head and thinking in his head, and they even say you're like from the inside of Henry's head looking through his eyes, that he drew it that way. It's so nuts, but genius. And I love that it's like, you know, when our eyeballs are looking, we see one image. We don't see 2 images and 2 holes, but I don't know. It's so good. It's really smart and just pulls you in. It's like you can only do this in comics. It's a weird language, this weird visual language. And you get it. It's not confusing at all. You totally get it. And I'd argue like it psychologically puts you in that mindset of like, oh, I'm the killer now. I'm like, this is what he's seeing. Timmy Mello says, I don't think I've used that internet replay chat, I believe. Just Yahoo Message and that Google Hangouts project about a decade ago before this social media age exploded. I don't think I've used that. Oh, IRC, what Antoine Dennison was asking yesterday. Internet replay chat, I believe. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used the IRC either. I never used Yahoo Message or Google Hangouts. I was more of like a AOL chat, iMessage for sure, then bulletin boards. I mean, yeah, bulletin boards were a part of that. And then, but AOL chat was for the biggest one of like that instant communication outside of your phones. And then it became like, for work, it was like Slack. I'm sorry, guys. I did not offer to put music on, background music. I've been having like, I don't know, background music is like hit or miss for me. Hopefully the silence is not deafening for you all. You can hear my thoughts. But I was like, I'm not going to mess around with background music today. Just look at this, the position in these hands. Are awesome. He's got this one hand upturned, palm up here on this side in the light, coming at us into the light. And then on the opposite side, he pushed this arm back, the forearm back into the shadows, into silhouette here. But it just it gives this like great dimensionality in his pose, where a lesser artist would just like put the superhero pose, you know, the like heroic pose, both arms out, whatever, hands on the hips, or almost like twinning or mirroring each other. He's always like contorting the body in these amazing ways. And these kind of folds, my gosh, like defining the legs underneath the overcoat in shadow. And there's dimension to the overcoat. There's a front of the overcoat on top of the leg, folding on top of the leg, wrapping in front of the leg. And then there's a back side to the overcoat behind the legs, very clearly It's all pinching here too. Right here, this pinch point. Okay, see, like now it's getting too soft, so I'm gonna cut into it with the blue so I can see all these fold separations. It's like peering through the inside of a skull prop with that bottom panel. Yeah, it really is. You really do. You feel like you're, yeah, it's just like placed right in front of the camera. It's amazing. The lighting in it is awesome too. It's like, it's not just the outline. Even if you just did the outline, you'd get it, but it's like you can see the flesh, the shading on the flesh, and there's dimensionality in the inside of his head looking out. And the eyelashes. Crazy. Currently sitting outside drinking chamomile tea. Really? That's nice. A little chilly out here, but I don't mind. If only my phone wasn't about to die. Oh, boy. Gotta invest in some portable batteries, Comrade Sammy. Or you can go to bed. Not stream so long. True, yes. But that sounds nice, sitting outside, drinking tea. That's wonderful. I wish our nights could be as mild as that. They usually get, other than the hotter days, they usually get pretty cold at night. Sitting outside is not an option. It's already like the fog rolls in and then that's it. It's cold. Everybody bundle up. But I love, like, in warmer climates, being able to sit outside, just enjoy the stars. Man, my spirit's face kind of looks like Rocky's profile picture. It's not as handsome as Eisner drew it, but we'll figure it out. Kind of frightening. I actually should look at that Eisner Artist Edition, like if I can find it, like in a store somewhere. I wonder if they have any copies of or scans of his pencils in those. I've seen scans of his ink pages and they're incredible and wonderful, but I'd love to see what his pencils look like and how tight those were. How much of the working out of his drawings was in the inking phase, or if he was like, because he was, I'm assuming he just inked his own stuff all the time. It seems like that's what he did. So I know artists that do it all, pencil and ink their stuff. Sometimes the inking part is where they really tighten up and figure out a lot of the rough parts, as opposed to tightening the pencils and then just inking them later. They just super rough in the pencils and then figure a lot of it out in the inks. So I'd be curious what Eisner's technique was. And I could, for some of this finer stuff, even go graphite just to get a clearer line. I could, but I'm just going to stick with the color race. Close enough. Refuse to go to bed, Sammy. Comrade Sammy. I think I'm the one person that benefits from that. I know you don't because you'll be tired tomorrow, but I benefit from that for your company. So I'll take it. Timmy Milo says, I'm fighting to stay away, so I'll head to bed and finish the stream on the rebound when I'm awake and free. Good night, everyone. Great stream. Thank you, Timmy Milo. Super appreciate you being here and all that you were contributing in the chat. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Catch the rest of the stream later if you can. And like and subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here. Not Guten Nacht. Guten Nacht, Timmy Mello. You're the last of the streams I'm watching that is still streaming. All right. We win. And you're still awake. Awesome one. Awesome. For those of you who I've got a sound effect for, here's one for 12:15 my time.
Yes! That's awesome!
Just for sticking around as long as you have already. Yeah, like where's John, Emo Trash, those guys? I didn't start that late, did I? Sometimes they show up super late. Katie, I know she's got the time zone on her side, so that's awesome that she showed up. Katie, if you're still here, I will hit up your sound effect as well. Don't know. But yeah, it's not like I'm super late. I've gone later than this before. I hear my cat. Which also means probably time to take a quick bathroom break. But nobody leave. I'll let my cat in and then I won't go super much later, but I could still go a little bit. Also because I'm getting things done. If I was sucking right now and like everything was a struggle. Let me rephrase that. If everything was a struggle, because it is kind of sucking right now, then I'd end it. But because we're making progress, let's keep with this wind. Hang out. Temptation to make fun of Angela was too great. If it's not your streams keeping me awake, it's my own head. I choose this option. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Stress Sammy. Aw. I can't get Emo's purple hair out of my mind. I worry for it. All right. I do need to take a bathroom break. Nobody move. Hang in there. We won't go too much longer, but I don't want you to just disappear because I'd love to say goodbye when we do go. But hang in there. I got to let in my dumb cat because he's complaining right now. I can hear it. And, yeah. So, all right. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Where are we? Phew. Back. Oh, now you're back. Stop bothering me. Pick a location. You guys all right? All right. Let's kind of head to some sort of finish line. Oops. It's like my spirit. He is whoa. To answer your question, Antoine Denison, there you go. My cat will jump up. Crazy guy. And freaks me out. There's no no warning. He is on my lap now. Just settle down, dude. Settle down. Hey, buddy. There you go. Meet my cat, or one of my cats. Totally freaked me out. Pizza yesterday, but let it rise too long. Plus, I think I used too much flour. Very thick crust. Awesome. I was thinking about trying to make pizza from scratch. I think that would be a fun new thing to attempt. This past Saturday, I cooked a meal for some friends and my family, and it was the first time I cooked the whole shebang on my own. Usually sometimes I'll cook one dish, or my wife definitely has cooked many a meals for friends, but this is the first time I was like, okay, I'll do it. And it turned out great. It was really fun, but it also kind of got in my head. I'm like, oh, what else could I make, or who else could we try something out? So I had some grilled some steaks, and also did this fried tofu on rice. It was kind of Southeast Asian inspired dish with bok choy and this peanut sauce, this sweet peanut sauce, which was super yummy. And roasted air fryered Brussels sprouts with a honey balsamic glaze. Anyways, it was really fun to kind of craft the menu, and because I'm not that skilled in the kitchen, I really had to plan out my time of okay, and there was multiple dishes. I was like, okay, the meat's got to go on the grill by this time, it's got to come out of the fridge, I got to marinate it the night before. All this planning and prep, which I'd never really done before in cooking, came into play. But fortunately it worked out and turned out pretty good, so it just made me go oh, maybe I can do this again. Also, and I'd mentioned this before, I've been hooked on this show called The Bear, which is about the restaurant world and this family that owns this family restaurant. So that also has been inspiring for me. Like the artistry of it. Everybody is streaming tonight. What up, Art and Times of J. Ryan?
It's actually a really good sculpt.
How are you doing? Everybody streaming today? That's what I hear. I was just trying to get a stream in because I have tried to stream on Mondays before, but usually it's during the day more as opposed to night. So yeah. I couldn't. There was no way I could do it today during the day, so I had to like get it in tonight, and I didn't want to fall more behind on this page than I have been. So making a little progress tonight, but thank you for coming. How you been? Awesome one just posted the pizza crust recipe. Okay, cool. I'm gonna take a look at that awesome one. That could be really fun, really cool. I love me some pizza. Jay finally shows up. Top of the morning to you, Jay Ryan. Must be holiday tomorrow. I wish it's not. Not for me. But hopefully for you guys, because you guys are crazy. Much later than I am. I think different time zones. What time zone are you in, Jay Ryan? Art and Times of Jay Ryan? I believe you're in Canada, right? Am I wrong about that? But what time zone of Canada are you in? Because I know they can span across North America, like all of our time zones as well. But it's got to be late wherever you are. I feel like this spirit is a lot bulkier than mine. But yeah, maybe I'll get through this panel and I'll call it. Then I'll only have this panel, and I still got to tighten up this panel a little bit more. But yeah, maybe I'll get through this panel and I'll call it tonight. Good goal. Art and Times of J. Ryan says, I was going to stream tonight as well. Glad I just worked on art instead. Jay, I was going to sleep soon. No. East Coast, holy moly. So it's late for you. Goodness gracious. Seattle? What? That's not on the East Coast. That's late for you, Jay. At the very beginning of this stream, Shant popped in and was yelling at me to go to bed already. So, and he's on the East Coast. He was saying he was had a migraine, but if he didn't, he would still be up. He would probably be streaming now too from the East Coast. Like, how many people have watched super late streams and in the morning been like, man, I'm glad I did that. Is there anybody? Or that was worth it. That was worth it. That stream was worth my 2 hours of sleep. Yeah, I've been in some of Shant's streams, either chatting with him or been on them, and they've gone super late for me, let alone him. And in the morning, I'm like, oh gosh, should I have done that? That was painful. "24-hour entertainment." It's kind of like the MTV this generation. I remember being up late nights growing up and nothing at all to watch on TV. You just turn on MTV and watch whatever dumb video was on, or on VH1 was like pop-up video. Just watch hours and hours of that late night for no reason. That's YouTube streaming now. We're the pop-up video of the 2020s. Does anybody watch YouTube video? I mean, anybody watch MTV anymore? I don't think so. I think it's a dying medium or dying channel. I don't know when's the last time I watched MTV. This guy feels more hunched than I have it. I won't be much longer. I won't be up much longer myself. That's fair enough. 324 Rad Art and Comics. Whoa! Also on the East Coast. Holy cow. Rad Art and Comics. That is rad that you are up watching. Amazing. Amazing. You guys get all the awards, all the medals. Thank you for watching. All right, you trying to get out? Okay, you can get out. My cat's like, it's too late. In 2020, I'd watch John Talks, and we had 12-hour streams, and we would hear the birds chirping on stream, I think, many times during the week. Wow. I guess it's a thing, you know? I mean, I'm relatively new to YouTube, but I guess it's a thing. These, like, late-night streams, people... I mean, I figured when it gets super late, people are watching, like, different time zones at that point, like international streams. But I don't know how it works. I don't know how people can do 12-hour streams. I would be a wreck after that. I'm out of chamomile tea. How sad. Oh, I watched VH1, less commercials. It's true. Rad Art and Comics says I work graveyards. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. See, there's a logic to that then. That, you know, that makes sense. So either you're working now and watching the stream, or you're just chilling but wide awake because you do graveyard shift. So at least that makes sense. What doesn't make sense are crazy people like Sean who don't work graveyard shift but just are up. Or other of you guys who are just up torturing yourself watching late night streams. But I get it. It's like there's something interesting to watch and you can't sleep. It's cool that there is, as opposed to like watching. There's nothing worse than being like wide awake, going on YouTube and not finding anything interesting to watch. So I'll take that as a compliment for all you insomniacs and graveyard shift people that you are here right now. That is awesome. And I don't think we've ever interacted, Rad Art Comics, so welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. Don't know if you know the deal, but just working on a master's study of a classic Will Eisner page, and the point is to reproduce it as close as I can, and the purpose being to learn from the choices he's making, from pencils to inks, and at the end of the day have like a reproduced page. I can show you guys, for those of you who haven't seen, and this is a new thing for you. I can show you the 2 pages, the 2 master pages I have finished so far. This one here on, here, I'll hide my camera. This one here on the left is a reproduction of a Mike Zeck page from Punisher that I took from Pencils to Ink. And then this one here is a reproduction of a Michael Golden page from the NAM magazine number 5. Both were great. I love both artists and learned a lot by doing both of these pages. So they're up on my bulletin board now above my desk, and I can't wait to get this EISNER page up next to it. It is by far probably, I mean, I've only done 2 so far, but it is going to be the hardest one for sure. But yeah, just grinding, learning. That's what it's all about. Wait a minute. Hang on. Most of those long streamers have cut back on the hours. Yeah, because they'll die. Awesome one. They will die. Can't do it. Holy cannoli. Don't you all sleep. Elchung79 is asking, what's up, man? Don't you sleep? You better not be working. You're still here. I just woke up. Katie did. Katie is here. I said if she came in again, I'll play her sound effect again. Here you go, Katie.
Say cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
No. A cup of tea.
Good morning, Katie. Happy day. I get more work done at night, and streams are good for background noise. There you go. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel the same way. It's kind of cool to just have them running in the background and something cool happening on screen, and just to look up and be like, oh, that's cool, and participate in the chat here and there, connect with people. So yeah, that's awesome. I was wanting to put something all and thought this was a past live stream. It is. It's not real. You're dreaming. You should be sleeping. I can't believe you're awake. Elchung79, sleep is for chumps, Comrade Sammy says. She is all hopped up on chamomile tea, and so please excuse the harsh opinions of our friend Comrade Sammy, but she's just calling you out, man. Sleep is for the weak. Oh man, then call me a chump. Red Art and Comics said, nice. All right. So funny. I'm just going to finish for, just so you know, El Chung, just to give you some limits. I'm just going to finish this panel. We did, I started tightening up these 4 panels tonight, which are turning out pretty cool. Struggling with this one. This was the first one I started working on tonight. Struggling with it. I'll probably have to revisit it off stream sometime, but these turned out not too bad. And then I got to this one, and I think I'm going to cap this one, and then when this one's done, I'll call it. But yeah, man, so fun that you are here and joining the party. Gladly will be background noise for people who just need to have a stream going. It's like YouTube late night streams are the new sound machines for people to relax and chill out, turn off your brain a little bit. For my wife, it's K-dramas. For me, YouTube streaming, drawing. I definitely needed this drawing, to do drawing tonight. I needed to this was my chill time. Because today wasn't stressful with all the things that happened and broke and all that business, but it was just a lot of gears, a lot of gears to shift, and just things to think about. So I needed something enjoyable, artistic to cap off the night. Katie's about to make a cup of, well, coffee. Katie. I got you, Katie. I got you. Not tea. She's going for the hard stuff. Coffee. Ironically, my tea has melatonin in it. Is that so is melatonin, does that help you stay awake or does that make you go to sleep? I can't remember. Like, are you supposed to take melatonin when you need to sleep? I've heard of melatonin helping with jet lag. And so I can't remember if it's like, oh yeah, you take melatonin when you are supposed to be sleeping at whatever location you're going to end up in. Or was it you're supposed to take it when you wake up? I can't remember. So that could be either great for you, Comrade Sammy, or bad to have melatonin in your tea. El Chung says, looking good. Thanks, dude. Sammy is a commandant in staying awake. I can't sleep when someone is talking. So should I stop talking? Is that a request? Man. It depends on who's talking. For me, whether or not I can sleep. And I'll just go with that. Oh, the eye curves around here. Some of the eye hole. Oh, whoa. Okay, wait. Got this shadow here. Then no, that eye socket does not go that high. I was telling this last stream or one of the streams when I was looking at this page. I love how this this eye is like pinched on this side and more open here. Like you're seeing an expression inside the head. It's not just these wide gaping holes all the time. It's like you can actually see his expression shift by how his eye position is from the inside. It's cold. So good. Well, Eisner's just working every angle, every tool in the tool belt. It's killing it. Okay, this crazy house. It helps you sleep. Melatonin helps you sleep. Okay, that's good. That means, you know, you're relaxed. You listen to my voice. You drank your tea. And calm your brain for the night. And then you can go to bed. That's good. Very complicated window for no apparent reason. Will, thanks for nothing, man. Yeah, the awesome thing is Will Eisner's doing all this several layers of flesh and shadowing on the inside of this eye. That's amazing. The not so amazing thing is I gotta reproduce it. I can't just black this all out in silhouette. Again, thanks for nothing, Will. Katie says K-drama for me too. Oh, okay. I don't watch any K-dramas, but they are huge everywhere. Yeah, she has a whole contingency of friends who are sharing recommendations of certain shows and everything. But every time those things turn on, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go down and stream or read some comics or watch The Bear. That looks bigger and this smaller. Is that right? Yeah. I often do this of flipping pages around different angles just to view at something that I've drawn at a different angle if I feel like I'm stuck. Similar to changing the color pencil or resetting the color pencil that I'm using. Just flipping the page to a different angle or helps you see it in a different way. Like I'll probably hit this head, this one that I was struggling with, I'll probably hit it like upside down, see how it goes. Just resets your eye. Whew, almost there, almost there. What did I drink today? Why don't I feel tired? Not sleepy tired, just tired, but why don't I feel sleepy tired? It's disturbing. Comrade Sammy says, I wish I'd like to be up for another hour or two. Dang. Have you ever tried counting sheep? I mean, I know that sounds crazy. I always thought it was crazy, but it actually works for me, like a baby, to count sheep. But it doesn't take me much to fall asleep. Fortunately, once my head, and I think it's just a sign that I'm overtired because I do stupid things like stream this late. But usually when my head hits the pillow, I'm out. gosh, the angle of this. It's not making anything easy. You're taunting me, EISNER. Taunting me with your talent. Nope, haven't counted sheep. Sometimes I meditate though. That's good. Yeah, it's great. I think for me, it's gonna sound so crazy, but the counting sheep thing is like, you don't think about anything, and I think that's the point, right? And you just keep going, counting methodically, not fast, not like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but just like, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, and I'll get pretty high because I can count high. But when you start getting very high and just like you're just doing something methodical that your brain knows how to do, takes no brain power, then it starts slowing down. At least mine does. Starts slowing down, and then that's where I find myself like, oh, skipping numbers, or I'll reset. I'm like, oh wait, was I on whatever 1,462? Oh, I guess I'll just start at 1,461 and then just start going again. And yeah, it's just that methodical, and meditation will do this, prayer will do this, that methodical kind of repetition helps to slow down the brain, the thinking. Our brains are so fascinating, so complicated, and can just run away. But what about this? What about this? I had a friend, a good friend of mine. He dealt with anxiety and saw a therapist about things he was struggling with or kind of wrestling with or anxious about, and his therapist told him that he had a very strong what-ifer, because his brain would just be like, but what if this happened, and what if that happened, and what if this happened, and what if that happened? What if this? And all the tools that he had to learn was to try and like calm that what-ifer, turn off the what-ifer, and just like, not run through all the million scenarios of things that could go wrong or things that he was worried about. And our brains are pretty powerful. Exercise is good too when you're stressed out, overthinking things. Have your brain to just not melatonin. What is it? The endorphins when you exercise can help chill you out, tire you. Ugh, EISNER, man. He's like, I'm gonna do shingles, okay? And they're not gonna be straight, they're gonna be slatted and overlap, okay? Then I'm going to do shadows on those shingles, and a part of it I'm going to do in reverse, so that'll be negative. And there's going to be dimension on them, both in the light and out of the light. And the windows are all going to have snow on them, and patterns, and framework. My gosh, dude. Count some sheep. EISNER, chill out. I can count pretty high. But you can't skip numbers, can't count by 2, can't rush it. You just got to methodically count. Oh my goodness. gosh, this house is so jacked off. Way off the original. Will it matter in the end? Maybe not. But it's way off. May have to edit that one, but we'll keep going. Almost there. For those of you who joined late, I also just posted or made public my new comic book store spotlight for Mile High Comics in Denver, Colorado. So check that out whenever you get a chance. Share it around, like it. It's really fun to go there and experience that, even though it was a short amount of time. It's pretty awesome. If you love comics, it's like a mecca. Oh, this is his hat. Jeez Louise. Eisner, you're killing me, man. His hat covered by snow. This body way too big. It's probably why my house is way too small. Katie says, sleeping, I have no problem with. Staying awake is my problem. Swinging by to hit the like, then hit the bed. Have a great night. Unhinged. What's up, Jason? I heard you were streaming tonight too. I'll go to your stream or your recorded video and hit the like as well. Thank you, my friend. I'll see you around. Thank you so much for all your support. Okay, wrapping up here. Everybody in every time zone. Home stretch. And I'm still not tired, but home stretch for all of us. All y'alls. Boom, boom, boom. Eyelash, 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 eyelashes, eyelashes here. Even these eyelashes, it's not like, he's not dialing it in with the eyelashes. These are like very really real feeling eyelashes. I don't know what to tell you. The guy can draw. It's got this telephone pole. It's not just any telephone pole. It's got snow on it. And so there's negative shapes here that I gotta figure out. Snow, snow, snow. Skylines, skylines, skylines. Here, snow. Cool, cool. Okay. Shadow. Yep, almost there. Just shadows on the inside eyes. Oh my gosh. complicated shadows here. Not to mention the feathering. I've said this before. I'm very excited and very frightened to try and match some of this EISNER beautiful brushwork feathering here. Boy, it's getting sloppy. Yep, yep, yep. One more sharpen. Here we go. I mean, I did have a Thai iced tea during lunch, so maybe that. That was lunchtime. Shouldn't have stayed with me so long. Yep. Is that it? It's pretty close. Pretty close. Some white out here. Everybody's asleep now. I'm talking to myself. It's cool. Can't blame them. Yeah, definitely drew this guy's body too big. Boom. All right. There we go. That's the last panel right there. A couple things to tweak, but pretty close as far as penciling. Boom. Feel free to keep streaming for longer, Rocky. No pressure from us to leave. Katie's awake. She's just setting up her stream. Goodness gracious. Katie, don't forget to try the closed captioning if you can. Test it out. Or I don't know if you already have. Setting up that closed captioning on your stream. Who knows? Mark might wake up soon. I know that dude wakes up early. Mark's music obsession. Goes to sleep early, wakes up early. No, I'm gonna call it Comrade Sammy, but thank you for saying that. I still need to get ready for bed, even though I'm not tired. Probably once I turn off the stream, I'll like collapse, and you guys will see me in the same position next stream. Which brings me to, when am I streaming again? Am I gonna stream again tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Definitely shooting for Wednesday. The usual Wednesday stream. I don't know if I will stream between now and then to kind of finish up this page, get closer to the inking phase, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, about the closed captioning. Yeah, no problem. What are you using to sharpen your pencils? An X-Acto pencil sharpener. So I know some people use sandpaper or even like a blade to hand sharpen their pencils. But yeah, I just use a regular electric pencil sharpener. Mark usually catches the end of your stream. Awesome. Maybe October when I get to the US, I'll get him to stream with me. Oh, are you coming to the US in October? Wow. That's not too far away. That's awesome. Comrade Sammy says, what time's your stream? She's ready to come. She's all chamomiled up and ready to go to your stream. It's Wednesday tomorrow for me, for Katie. Wow. And the party keeps going. But as for me, I think this is good. I think where we're at is good for the night. It's been super fun catching up with you all and getting to this point. And yeah, we're on our way. We made some very, very good progress. It's really hard what EISNER is doing. And just the level of craft that he is executing on his page is a bit mind-blowing, but we're doing our best to keep up with the bar and learn from it in the process. And I think we got through some cool panels today, worked out some cool stuff today. So yeah, I will definitely be seeing you guys on Wednesday for my normal My Wednesday comic stream. And if I do happen to stream again doing some drawing before that, you'll be the first to know. Otherwise, have a good rest of your evening or start of your morning or wherever you're at. El Chung's out, man. Night. Good night. He's sleeping. Dude, you can't keep up with this, but you did a great job. It was great having you here for part of the stream. Katie's going to stream in about 2 hours, so anybody who can't sleep and you got 2 hours to kill, hang on. Katie's almost there. I probably will be asleep, Katie, when that happens. So, unfortunately, I cannot jump onto your onto your chat, but hopefully we will overlap again like we have last couple weeks. But there we go. Ooh, my hair is crazy. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks for supporting this and liking the stream and just joining in on the fun. Glad it could be productive for me and for you, hopefully. And I will see you guys around. Check out the credits and don't forget to like the stream, and also check out the video from Mile High Comics, which should be public on my channel right now. All right, see you later. Thank you. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.